the meeting of the Harwich Conservation Commission for February 6, 2019. The first item on the agenda is a request for determination of applicability for the Scannell property 4 Lonesome Way, a proposal to construct a garage on concrete slab.
Good evening, Dan Carotto from Moran Engineering. I'm here with the applicant and property owner, Ted Scannell, and the contractor, Pat Ellis, who would be doing the work for the project. So this is a proposed garage, attached garage, at the outskirts of the 100-foot wetland setback. The garage is just over the setback of 25 feet to Lonesome's Way, and then on the north side is an electric utility easement, which they can't go into. So I think it's in a decent spot, or the best spot on the lot. At least that's what Ted thought as well. So the area that's the new area of hardscape, I calculated that at 247 up to the top of the plan, and then with 2 times the mitigation area of 494. That was the mitigation per the regulations. From there, Ted took over dealing with Amy directly as for the plants to put in to put this mitigation area. So we have a silt fence going between the patio and the shed, and up out of the 100-foot as a work buffer as well. And with that, we'll ask comments.
Thank you. Any comments for us, Amy?
Not too many. This is only a small portion of the proposed garage is within the 100-foot buffer zone. I think the closest point of work is about 80 or so feet away from the edge of the wetland. They worked with me on the application. I said it would be sufficient, I thought, as an RDA, because it's only a portion of a structure within the 100-foot buffer. Made it known that they would most likely be required to do a 2-to-1 mitigation for new disturbance in the buffer. I made a recommendation of a couple different plantings. You do have just blueberry on here. I would encourage a little bit of diversity in case the blueberries don't do well. I would pick maybe one other and do half and half or something. That's minor. And maybe just augment the shape of where the plantings are going a little bit, kind of just to meander along the edge of the lawn, but nothing too significant. I did pull the file from when the house was built, and it did have a certificate of compliance. Everything that was shown, like the house is as it was constructed, and it still is. There is the condition about only organic fertilization. It said organic fertilization could be used on this site. When we do see new properties come in front of us for new regulations, it is the opportunity for the commission to bring it up to code with our current regs, which really state that no fertilization. I don't know if you're doing that or not, but it's just a topic of discussion here today. But in general, like as a whole, a garage addition project and the associated amount of mitigation plantings, I'd recommend approval with a -3 determination.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments from the commissioners? John, want to start?
I don't have any comments.
Okay.
Thank you.
Paul? No? Mark?
Nope, I don't see any reason to hold this up at all.
Did you apply for a variance for the fire pit?
No, I have not.
Wouldn't be a variance. It'd be,
Or,
it is on the proposed plan. It shows, it just shows. It's
so
shown on
that's
the
something that
plan.
we're going to approve?
You can approve it.
post-
It's outside the 50-foot buffer. So it'd be time now to approve that if you wanted to, as the plan of, being on the plan of record.
Other than that, no questions.
No comment.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, but it could come into compliance with the current law and regulations. Seems like a good project.
Sure.
It's all for bettering the
Yeah.
water quality that we all know is
Right,
very important now. so.
right.
The fire pit's just stone?
Fire pit is just stone.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's not within the 50s, so it doesn't need a variance. If you would like, we can include it into the motion.
I would like,
Okay.
I like it all.
All right, would you like to make a motion?
I make a motion to approve the construction of the new garage at 4 Lonesome's Way, and along with that, the construction of the fire pit.
Second.
Second that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Great,
Thank you,
thanks.
ladies and gentlemen.
This will be ready in a couple of days, and we'll call you when it's ready.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Okay? We'll send this around for signature.
Next on the agenda, we have a request for
Yeah.
determination of applicability for the proposal for 12 Old Wharf Road to construct a new dwelling in the buffer zone to land subject to coastal storm flowage.
Is anybody here for 12 Old Wharf Road? It's a Ryder Wilcox project. I guess we'll continue it to later in the meeting to see if they show up.
I'm here as a neighbor.
Oh, no, it has to be we're looking for somebody to do the presentation.
Right.
Yeah, sorry,
All right, well,
sorry.
We could, if they come in, we can take it anytime.
Yeah, we just can't open discussion without,
Mr. Chair, I
Them here.
should have added a -3 determination on that
Yeah.
previous.
I got it.
Okay.
That's fine. Okay, so we'll skip that agenda item and go on to the notice of intents for the town of Harwich. Proposal to install new sewer mains, pumping stations within town-owned streets and associated right-of-ways to remove nitrogen from the Pleasant Bay watershed.
How you doing? Yeah, I'll take those, thank you.
I'm sorry. No, I got one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Judici, CDM Smith. Did you want me to sort of walk through the projects again like we did last time, or?
Maybe just a real quick synopsis, because we're
Okay.
really here because of a advertising error on our end. We didn't include the subsurface station on Hardin Lane, but we had extensive dialogue about the one on Sugar Hill. If you maybe would give a quick synopsis.
Sure. So as you all are probably familiar with, we're charged by the town to design and oversee construction for what we're calling Phase 2 of the sewer program of the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan. We have 2 construction contracts that comprise Phase 2. It's roughly 12 miles of sewers, 6 pumping stations. 2 of the pumping stations fall within 100-foot buffer zone, so that's why we submitted the NOI. There's one on the end of Sugar Hill Drive and another one on the end of Hardin Lane. So we talked quite a bit about the components that make up each of the pumping stations. Happy to get into it in a little more detail for those that weren't here last time, or if you have any particular questions about the location or function of each of the pumping stations.
Okay, thank you. I think, I don't believe we had any outstanding questions.
No, I don't.
I'll run through the table just in case. Jim, John? Abstaining? Mark, any?
No questions at all?
Okay.
I'm all set with this. Yeah.
Okay.
No comments.
Anything from the audience?
Yeah. Any comments or questions from the audience on this proposal? Okay. Well, I think we can entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the notice of intent for the Town of Harwich Engineering Department for the terminus of Nickerson Road adjacent to Sugar 35, Sugar Hill Road, and the terminus for Hardin Lane. Is that sufficient, I think?
I think so. Seconded by John. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
And 2 abstentions.
Thank you very
Two
much.
abstentions.
So 5, okay. Mike will do the draft orders in the next 2 weeks, so the permit will be signed off hopefully at the next meeting. Okay,
Thanks very much.
thanks.
Next, we have a notice of intent for the town of Harwich, Hinckley's Pond treatment with aluminum sulfate and sodium sulfate to bind phosphorus.
Hello, thank you. My name is Heinz Proft, Natural Resources Director for the town. I have been before, well, most of you, I don't know, if not all of you, but it's been a while. The town was waiting to hear back from the Division of Fish and Wildlife as they reviewed the proposal as it was. We did get that response. The copies were sent out. I'm not going to read it in its entirety, but there are a few points that I would like to make as it pertains to the proposed treatment of the pond. As they reviewed it, they determined that the project as it was proposed to them will not adversely affect the actual resource habitat area in the state protected rare wildlife species. So that was one thing they were looking at for sure. There are some comments that they made as they reviewed it regarding the treatment plan, treatment area. I'm going to skip number 3, the timing for now. Monitoring plan, duration, annual report, and any extension if it was required. All that was not surprising from what was proposed. Initially, the town was looking for this past fall, possibly getting it done in time for a December treatment, provided it had been warmer than 40 degrees, the water for this application. Their response to us was that the treatment shall be applied during the months of June, July, August, and September, unless otherwise allowed by the division in writing, meaning this upcoming year. When I read that, and I haven't really spoken to anybody about that yet, it would be, if we were to go forward and it was then supported, that I would like to avoid June, July, and August. That's a very busy time of the year on the pond, people boating, swimming, and so forth. After Labor Day, it could be possible. You know, that mid-September, the water's still warmer than 40 degrees. It could be done. If we really pressed and then went back to that option where we could ask them in writing to push it into the fall. But I think a September timeframe would be fine, provided it was supported in other ways. So I didn't have an issue reading it like that. The earlier spring is too much of a time constraint, plus we have herring running through there in April and May. On the back end of their page, as it pertains to fisheries, they have some order of conditions. Again, that wasn't surprising. I've seen these before in other responses, that they want to be notified prior to any initiation of work. They want a daily after application, a visual inspection of what's being done at the pond. And on the off chance that there were any kind of fish that were affected, they would want to be notified, and then no additional applications would be done until that was resolved. Again, that's not a surprise. And they did mention that treatment would be applied in a temperature greater than 40 degrees. That's the response that we were waiting for. We had kind of reviewed some of the other things. There is, prior to the start of work, a monitoring plan shall be submitted to the division for review and approval that ensures that treatments are within their above parameters. That monitoring plan would be done and submitted. It would not involve the people who are bidding on the project and accepting the project. It would be done by a different, it's like you wouldn't watch the fox watching the hen house. So it would be a completely separate firm that would do the monitoring prior and during and after, and then we have to submit 60 days after. I think it was 60 days. I didn't remember. Somewhere. I don't know, somehow I saw 60 days. It's there, there, within 60 days of the last alum treatment. The treatment isn't long in duration. You're looking maybe a week to 2 weeks somewhere based on weather, winds, and so forth. So that's why, again, September would be a target that could work. And then 60 days thereafter, a final report submitted to the division with all those compliances. It's a long way to have gotten to here tonight based upon the study the town had done many, many years ago, the recommendation of that plan, acquiring the funds to do it, going through iterations, some questions and responses. I have more information. It's really a review of some of the other stuff that I submitted before, where it talks about alum being treated in drinking reservoirs. The application concentration is, I say it's high, but it's less than what could have been recommended or suggested. I kind of pared back that down to 108, that's in there too. And that these firms are becoming more efficient and better at doing this. There was a copy of some reports throughout Cape Cod where it's been used in other areas, and very close to Hinckley's Pond is Long Pond, which again we've reviewed and talked about how it was treated successfully, and we've had many years of success since then. I think I'll stop now because I'm sure there's questions or something that you may want to talk about first.
Thanks, Heinz.
Sure.
Any further thoughts, Amy? We've
Just
gone through
A
this
couple of
times.
things. Yes, we've gone through this a couple times, so I won't be too repetitive. I did look into post-treatment monitoring that was done for Long Pond. I did get that information just yesterday from Brewster because they were spearheading the project,
Right.
so they have all that, and I'll be happy to share that with you and all of them, but I want you to let you know that there appears to have been follow-through with those conditions for monitoring after Long Pond was done. So, because that was a question here. We did Long Pond, and what was was monitoring done as it should have been done. So I will send all that around. That was good. I copied you on a lot of things that Heinz had sent. We didn't put in your package just because the volume was just so much. So a lot of it was sent to you via email. I did find I emailed you something about Eastham, was probably the most recent town that's really done alum treatment, I think on their Great Pond, and they had what I thought were very good conditions on theirs, and they're very similar to what Natural Heritage Mass DMS suggested in their conditions. A key thing I think the Commission wanted the last time and was provided for in the document that was generated in 2012 for the evaluation of Hinkley Pond with CDM Smith was looking at alternatives. I mean, that's the first thing we want to do when looking at any project is looking at alternatives. So it does discuss things like aeration, dredging, and why that this was the chosen method the town chose to go. Alum's certainly not the solution to the problem of the nutrient loading, but it will help with the until we can get to a point where hopefully, people are more educated about how our activities affect pond water quality, until things are sewered, etc. So it will. We've experienced fish kills, harmful algal blooms in Hinckley, and I think, I assisted Heinz with this application, so I'm not making a recommendation to you, but I think we all agree something needs to be done, and if you have any questions of myself and or Heinz, feel free to ask.
Thanks, Amy. John, do you want to start?
Sure. I have comments to make. I guess I feel like I have to state my reservations about this. This has been on our plate for some months now, and I have been attempting to inform myself about this because it seems like a pretty big deal to me to be dumping an enormous amount of alum into a large lake like that. And I think I satisfied myself that any acute toxicity issues are not an issue because the concentrations of aluminum in the pond water, once the treatment is done, should be, if it's done properly, basically nil.
Okay.
And I believe that's the case, and I think that's a primary justification on the part of people who advocate this kind of treatment, is that people have been able to avoid fish kills, avoid acute toxicity of any kind. I guess the concern and the thing that is certainly I don't understand, and my feeling, having done some reading, is that it's not well understood by anybody, is what the long-term and chronic toxicity effects are of aluminum in pond water. And there's a lot of literature out there, and what I have taken away from what little slice of it I've been able to read is that there isn't a lot of dispute, I don't think, that there are effects of aluminum on flora and fauna in pond water where there is aluminum available. And I guess, but it's not well understood what the effects are. So it's sort of hard to answer the question, which we're really here to answer, about whether there is adverse impact on any of the flora or fauna in the pond. Because the research, I don't think, is conclusive about that, but that doesn't mean there won't be long-term impacts. So, and this is the source of my reservation. I don't think any of us really understand this very well. I don't, and I haven't heard anything in the course of the hearings we've had that really sort of dispel any long-term concerns. I understand, however, that there is an acute problem here, which is algae blooms that cause acute toxicity, and that pond residents, well, not just because of pond residents, but the pond residents would like this to be resolved, and also that has its own set of acute negative impacts on the flora and fauna in the pond. My feeling is that given all of that, I'm willing to support this, given all of that, but as I say, I have reservations. I think that in the future, we should be looking for other solutions to this that don't involve dumping a lot of alum into freshwater ponds. These issues are not going to go away regardless of how well the sewering goes. We're going to continue to have these issues, and we really need to try to find other solutions to
Yeah,
these problems. And just to finish, and I'm sorry I'm taking up time here, but I had to air this. My feeling, if we're going to proceed with this, that one thing that should be done is we should make a big effort to make sure that we collect enough data pre and post treatment that we know, have a better idea than I think we do now from other pond treatments about what the long-term effects are here. And I'm not sure what that is exactly, but at least at a bare minimum, we should be adopting what happened on Long Pond and testing for aluminum as well as phosphorus in the ponds for some years to come. I guess my one other reservation and source of concern is that one thing that can complicate the aluminum treatment, which I don't see happening in the near future, but it's something we ought to keep in mind, is that pond and lake acidification would be a problem anyway for the local wildlife, but aluminum in the pond would complicate negative effects of acidification. And one of the things we're all worried about, of course, on Cape Cod and elsewhere is global warming. And along with global warming comes ocean and lake acidification issues. And that is something that we need to keep an eye on if we're putting aluminum into ponds. Aluminum doesn't stay dissolved in pond water at normal pHs, but when the pH drops at some point, the aluminum will in fact get released from the sediments and become dissolved in the water column, and that would create serious problems.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And I had similar, not reservations, but just questions when I went down the path of this. And the way I looked at it was, alum isn't just 2 or 3 years old. That was one thing that made me feel a little more confident that there are a decade plus of this history of applications. And I am also, as a natural resources director, flora and fauna are important to all our ponds. It's nice that in Hinckley's Pond, this treatment takes place at 12 feet or deeper. There is, I don't want to say virtually none, but close to that in terms of flora, because it's ooze, it's mud. You know, fish, they're swimming all around the pond, birds that are on top of the pond. But had we been required to test closer to shore, these shoreline grasses and things that are right on the pond's edge are much more susceptible. But Hinckley's Pond gradually drops off. You don't take 4 or 5 steps and you're in 12 feet of water long pond, or Hinckley's Pond rather. You have to go out quite a distance to get into that 12 feet or deeper. So that's a good thing in terms of this application, where it's really just treating and binding that phosphorus with that aluminum. Your point is valid, that in those pH situations and over time that could, but when the town is looking at applying, they want to apply just what's needed. It's more expensive to do more, and it doesn't do it any good if you're applying more than you need. And that's another reason that we kind of pared it down to what would be successful based upon those original readings. It's in there. They suggested possibly higher, but again, I wanted to be more conservative. So I thought many of the things you did as well.
Can I just follow up my questions with my comments with a couple of questions? Because other things that are in the pond are not just the fish that seem to be the primary concern, herring and other fish, but there are invertebrates in the pond. A lot of life cycle of important insects like mayflies, dragonflies, damselflies.
Sure.
Their nymph stages are in the pond water, and I think it's established that those invertebrates are affected by the presence of aluminum. So now what you're saying, I think you just implied but didn't directly say that where the alum is being placed in the pond is in deep water where there wouldn't be pond life. But is it true that there aren't fish eggs down there? There aren't other invertebrates?
They would be in areas where there's oxygen. In this ooze, that's an anoxic environment down there in that. It is like black mayonnaise. You bring it up, it's just, we have samples, we resampled in there. As you get closer to shore where it's sandier, you'll get the mussels, you'll get these invertebrates, you'll get mayflies, you'll get stuff that's interacting in a much more sandy substrate. 12 feet or deeper, it's black mayonnaise. And there's no oxygen in the bottom.
Is that going to be the case 2 years after treatment when the phosphorus is encapsulated and
there.
not released? The hope is, I thought, that the bottom of the pond will have more oxygen in it.
It will still be that consistent ooze, but it's not going to release phosphorus into the water column, which then causes algal blooms. So it doesn't change the consistency of the bottom. It's just binding phosphorus so it doesn't get brought up into the water column. It's not going to add oxygen down there. It's not going to create a habitat for fish down there. It's not going to take away. It's just a chemical reaction that takes place with the benthic layer. That's the bottom layer. Not in the water column. It settles down and binds to the bottom where that stuff is. And I think there was a question, I just wanted, that it's treating what we have there. It's not treating any future inputs, which is something towns do, but they're looking at, you know, the biggest bang for the buck right now. Thank you.
Well, I will stop here just because.
We'll come back,
Take up
John.
the rest
You've
of
got
the
excellent
evening.
comments. You put a lot of research into this. Paula, any thoughts? No? Okay. Mark?
My concerns are very similar to John's with, I mean, the flocculation process, obviously to bind everything is about the only alternative, but ultimately my concern is what happens to it in a period of time. There's no significant proof that it's gonna last for a long time. Doesn't seem to me like there's enough data available that's significantly, substantially proven for me to say I'm comfortable with the process. I don't think there's much of an alternative, but I don't think it's the answer by any stretch.
You know, everyone has a different definition of significant. I'm comfortable with 20 years. That's the forecasted, you know, other treatments and, you know, this idea, you know, is it successful? Well, success can also be determined in different ways, but Long Pond did not experience any more fish kills. The oxygen levels are good. Setchi readings, that's how clear the water is. Herring are still migrating into Long Pond and spawning and reproducing, going back out. So, yeah, there are, you said, very limited other opportunities or other, you know, silver bullets to solve that, but this is something that the town can do to address at least what's currently there. I think with the treatment that's being suggested and that monitoring afterwards, that it's set up for success. Now, success to be defined different or significant. You know, the other ponds didn't get worse, and we have data that shows that there is oxygen, there is clear, there isn't fish kill, that kind of stuff. Blooms don't occur. And that's why more towns are lining up to do this, and that's why these companies were able to drive down their costs. I guess if we could wave a magic wand, we wouldn't want to have that phosphorus problem to begin with. But we're past that, so now we have to deal with the horse that we have. Thank you.
I think obviously we have a problem with Hinkley Pond, and I think we would be negligent not to do something now. If we put it off, then the problem is only going to get worse. And if we go with the best guess right now, listening to some of the experts who have studied this, and I'm impressed with your research, and I agreed with everything you said, John, but I still have to defer to the people that do this day in, day out for a living, and if this is the best thing right now to at least possibly fix what has been damaged, I would like to make sure that for the town's information, the town will realize when they hear that we're doing this, that this is a Band-Aid. We still need to go ahead with the sewers, and we still need to get the incoming inflow cleaned up. So that's my only worry, that the town will think this is a fix and we don't need sewers.
Or stormwater treatment, or
no,
buffering near ponds, or leaky septic, that's all.
Yeah, so that's my worry, that they hear we're doing this and then, well, then let's not sewer.
One final comment. Often when there are things that are in the biological environment, it takes time. This is one of those rare things. It's like a light switch. That application binds and it starts from day one treating the pond. It's not like some, you know, I think sometimes, you know, a house that's 5 miles away from a water, they change their septic. It takes that travel time, or it takes time. That's why these nitrogen removals in our embayments will take time. But this treatment is an immediate kind of light switch. It creates that reaction and you start having success right away.
Heinz. Are you done? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, but as I said, I think it's important to do something now.
No, I'm just trying to remember in some of our discussions, how long, I mean, we talk about experts who are studying this and everything, yet we still don't really know what the long-term effect, and I'm trying to remember how far back did these treatments start, people started using them, how many years ago, roughly?
I'm gonna say 15 years. That's right.
So, that's not that long, and again, like what John was talking about, we don't necessarily know what the long-term effect is.
I'm sorry, Hamlin Pond was 1995.
Yeah, so
that's
it's mid to late 90s.
23 years.
Okay. And
Assume it was 2001, 17 years.
so
2
nobody's
decades.
seen any long-term adverse effects
Correct,
of
not of
using this treatment? Because, like anything, I'm concerned when anytime you put something into the environment and not knowing what it could do long-term.
Usually that comment is couched as not are there any adverse effects, it's how long is it going to last this good? You know, if it's only 6 years, that's not really good for money return. 10 years, 15, so they're more concerned of how long will those good conditions last versus if there's anything adverse. They're both valid comments, but the ones that seem to carry is like, well, how long was this, you know, this Band-Aid going to be? We're being told 20 years with this concentration in Hinkley's Pond based upon those conditions.
Okay, and I guess the other question regarding tonight is, you have the question as far as what months you're gonna treat that.
Yep.
Which you have to, I guess, get approval for. So I guess my question is, what can we do tonight in terms of voting on this?
What do you mean? You can vote on it tonight.
Even though there's some question as far as when the treatment will be.
I would recommend September.
It's gonna be, it would be the fall, to not impact, we'd
No, I
have to.
understand
yeah.
that, but I was just reading in this document
Yep.
where it says you have to get approval to do anything different than what they're saying.
Different, correct. It says treatment shall be applied during June, July, August, and September. Remember, it only takes about 10
Right.
to 12 days, unless otherwise allowed by the administration
Right.
rating. So I could
Right.
say, well, I got approval, but for some reason we want to do, I have to go back to them. But if
That's
I
what I'm
do it in
saying.
September, it fulfills their parameters.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I
If
would
you're worried
suggest
about-
September.
Fry or anything else going down, as long as the water temperature's above 40, that's
No,
the-
no, I was just saying is
Yeah.
in terms of what steps have,
Yep.
that Heinz has
So,
to do
yeah,
to
if
get the
it's-
proper approval at
If
that
it's
point.
later than September,
If
we'll
I were
have
to get approval, it'd have to go to the RFP, go back to the town, then I have to work on some other forms for them, and then that gets people to bid on it, and then I have to do another thing where I have to get the monitoring company to say, all right, now we have this company that was accepted a bid, if we got to that point. And then we have, the data that went into the original study of the pond was 2012, it was actually prior to that, was the report. So we got new data in 2018, so we knew exactly what the concentrations were of June, which translated into the requested treatment. It's good, but I agree, we'd get more, we'd get pre-treatment, right before, a week or two or 3 weeks before, whatever it is, before September, we can go and take samples, so we know what we have before, and then after treatment, there's still time in the fall to go get more and have the comparisons, and then I think also would go a year after that, or two, whatever the monitoring is required to do that. So we can look at either adverse effects or any kind of change.
Well done.
Jim?
Well, I share the thoughts of most of the other commissioners as far as this being a kind of a Band-Aid.
Mhm.
And so my main concern is with reducing inputs. The wastewater is obviously critical. However, it would seem like we're not really going to see any positive impacts from that sewering for a number of years. Things are actually likely to probably get worse year after year for a number of years if we don't take some other mitigating steps. So I'm wondering if you would be willing to support, as the applicant of this, which is essentially the town of Harwich, formulating and sponsoring some town-wide fertilizer regulations to actually make an impact on inputs now that
Yeah.
can happen immediately, and not just, put this Band-Aid on them.
I think that pie chart shows where the different inputs are. Fertilizer is one of them, it's very, very small. Town has taken the stance of fertilizer education, that's one step. And you get into, okay, who becomes the fertilizer police? It's not that I'm against that, it involves some of the things that are part of that. I would support it, certainly. The town has done some things when they look at any kind of application for septics, how many feet back from the edge of the pond. I initially had to come up, and I worked with the town to look at how many of them were 100 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet. So those kinds of things have taken place, further setbacks. A lot of them are private roads, so there's kind of runoff and diversion. Town's highway department really doesn't get into any of those. There's some that are public. Private roads are dealt with the neighborhood. And then the other one was fertilizer, septic, and not cutting back right to the water's edge with a floor that can stabilize bank or absorb stuff prior to going in. So there are these, I don't know the distance of, but there are,
Yeah, we have no disturb zones.
yeah,
and
so
whatnot.
that's all that helps, but.
Yeah, it all helps, but obviously, we're rapidly losing the battle with the, each year we have another body of water or multiple that have algae blooms, and it's continuing to get worse. And I also meant by that the town could do that on their own properties, which we have full control of.
Yep.
You know,
Ball fields, golf courses.
ball
Yep.
fields, golf courses. I would like to see something happen at this time as part of this proposal. I don't think we're really reducing inputs in any way related to this particular proposal. You know, you say the cranberry bogs are using best management practices. You know, I don't even know what that means per se. Are they still putting fertilizers on?
It's time of year, it's the ratios of this, you know, combination, even, I mean, another step would be the dishwashers, detergents have different ratios of phosphorus in them too, or removal of them. So even though people are kind of still doing what they're doing, the stuff that they're applying fertilizer-wise or in detergents, those chemical formulas are adjusted somewhat, have less of an impact.
I think the town could certainly do something with its own properties, and it could be talked about for some regulations also.
Health department would get involved then?
We already have for the Conservation Commission with a 100-foot buffer, but it's just not enough, you know. Sometimes you have a slope that might go
Okay.
several hundred feet away, and you know, the fertilizer's just running down into the wetlands and the ponds. And yeah, I think this is a great opportunity to actually make a difference on inputs.
In the form of a bylaw of some sort?
Yes, yeah.
Let
That's
me
my
ask a question, oh, sorry.
comment.
Quick question to Amy in that regard. So we had a change in our regulations that with no new projects would have no fertilizing occurring in the 0 to 100. Projects that are already pre-existing homes can continue to fertilize as they have.
When they come back, well, right now, it's not a town-wide thing, so like this evening, when we had a gentleman come in who maybe had been doing some traditional practices, when they come for a new permit to work on their property, that's when you can bring them into conformance. I think to make it truly town-wide, you know, and to have the people who maybe historically been doing it since the dawn of time, before our regulations at all were in place, it needs to be a bylaw.
Right. So to address Jim's concern, I think one thing could be done is that phosphorus binds to iron and sand. It doesn't travel very far.
Correct.
And so maybe we could form a group to consider some change in regulations that addresses the immediate watershed to some of these ponds. And so you're looking at, you know, the first 100 feet or first 200 feet and try to have some reduction in fertilizing for places that are grandfathered, so to speak. And that might be a way to reduce some of that movement of phosphorus close to the ponds. It would take a bylaw, it would take a regulation change to make it happen, but that might make a difference to some of these source inputs. That is something that we don't have right now, so maybe form a subcommittee among the Conservation Commission, Public Health.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
I think you know, what you're doing is fantastic to help Hinckley's. It might be an opportunity to raise community interest and source control at the same time.
I would suggest that, because any bylaw would take time and review and meetings, public hearings, that would not be glued to this project, because then the project would be held up by something that's,
Yeah,
you know.
what I was looking for is actually a commitment to support a group such as Brad proposed just now. I do agree that something needs to be done immediately with the pond, but I don't want to miss.
I would commit to support that.
Okay. John, you had another question?
Well, I was actually going to suggest what you just suggested, but I do have one other question, which is, you say have you written an RFP yet for the data collection,
No, not the monitoring, no. But that'll be very easy to do. There's
Okay.
stipulations on what's recorded every day, pH parameters, total concentration, what's being observed, phosphorus that we've already connected, yeah. I say easy, meaning relative to what this RFP took,
Yeah.
it's,
Right, I'm just concerned that the RFP is complete in terms of what is being requested to be measured.
It talks about the monitoring that's required while they're doing it every day and what's recorded and, you know, within the pH, I have it here.
Well, one thing, John, is the Natural Heritage Program requires a monitoring program to come back to them to be approved.
Yes,
I think we could also condition that we want to participate and see that as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm
all right.
getting at.
Right.
I mean, that would be a condition on,
I would put a condition anyway that we're
Yeah.
privy to,
yeah, I have to submit that anyway.
monitoring
I could submit it to anywhere. It's
reports.
public knowledge, yeah.
and requests, proposals.
I do have one question.
Sure.
This has been a very short history of applications of this over, what, 15 or 18 years?
20, yeah.
And you haven't seen, or there hasn't been any publicity about adverse reactions, correct?
There was one initially from that 1995 one, Hamlin, and it was at the time of treatment, the amount that they put in a short period of time caused a fish kill. But there wasn't anything in terms of the long-term adverse, no, it was how it was applied back then.
Okay, so
nothing, no.
So there isn't a fix needed if there's an error. If the monitoring shows that there is in fact
Correct.
something adverse happening, what can be done?
It depends on what adverse, you'd have to, like, you said, there's very little out, to,
I know,
Yeah.
that's what I'm asking.
So I guess you'd have to-
It's a short history, correct?
21 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what adverse effect would we imagine, or, what we do imagine is if it wasn't treated, what kind of blooms would occur and all that other stuff, so.
Right
yeah,
there.
That we know of.
Yeah.
It's others kind of
If I could add a
hypothetical.
little further, I think your 24-hour sampling, which would occur right after treatment, would tell you if something really bad happened.
Sure, oh, absolutely.
And your post-treatment monitoring, which would go on for a period of time, would be really beneficial to confirm that things are good.
Okay.
I don't think it's gonna, my guess is it's gonna flag that things have been proved. That's what's happened in all these other cases. So I think it's gonna be very beneficial to demonstrate to the public that it's a good thing, and there was a positive response to the pond. So it's the immediate monitoring that'll show you if you have a real problem, and then the monitoring over time, to me, is a small investment to show that things have actually improved.
Right, and it says daily, after each application, visual inspection of the flock, that's the stuff that goes down, is being conducted throughout the whole pond, and any inspections. And if there is an issue, that it doesn't say, well, it's not so good, they can't apply the next day. It immediately creates a stop of the project. Division of Fisheries is contacted if it's a fish-involved thing, yeah. Yeah, that's
I
while
was
it's happening, yeah.
Right.
And daily, they're recording their hours, their application, the average amount that was treated, cumulative, total, summary of the chemicals delivered. That's all done reporting on a daily basis, which is inspected,
Okay.
so.
Just to let the public know, a report was done by CDM Smith, the evaluation of Hinckley's Pond, Harwich, Massachusetts. Heinz has presented this before, but just to let folks know, it's a very comprehensive report, a lot of
In the
great
library.
information, and I think it really points towards this technique is probably the option that is most suitable for this
Recommended.
period of time. So I think the town has done a good job setting this up with that report. I'd like to talk a little bit about monitoring. I think the Long Pond Order of Condition for that alum treatment has really the template for everything we need. And so I think that we should just condition the project to follow that monitoring with a few
Start with
enhancements.
that, okay.
And one of the things I think that could be done, to my mind, is instead of just going 24-hour sampling and monthly, have 24-hour post, and then a 7-day, a 14-day, then get into monthly sampling, and then take a break for December to March, because I think there's not a lot of biological
Right.
activity. I think that could be a cost savings for the town, and then get back into monthly sampling May right through October. And so that's something that I'm interested in seeing. You've got 3 locations that have been sampled for a long time with the PALS program.
Yeah,
So repeat those stations and at the 2-meter intervals. So I think there's a lot of guidance that we already have, and maybe just enhance it a little bit with a higher frequency right after the application. And then if it's okay, maybe a pre-application, have the 24-hour and then the 2 weeks before. 2 weeks before for a baseline, and then 24 hours, then you have your application, and then get into some sampling after that. So
problem is, when you sample, well, I'm talking about the benthic phosphorus. You obtain the sample, but you don't get the results for 3 weeks. It
Right.
takes that time. So I could see, that 2 weeks prior. And I do understand, we could take it 24 hours, and they can treat, and we could get that, but it's not a, litmus test where you get a number immediately.
You won't have it back, but to me, it's a really good baseline.
Okay.
Pre and post application. And I'm as much interested in learning what this means for future applications in Seymour and Long Pond again, and really documenting a response.
To that effect, I don't think the other ponds that have been done have had what I would consider really long-term monitoring requirements, 10 years out.
Yeah.
nearly anywhere like frequently, but once a year, which you'll be doing the water quality, I'm sure anyways, but maybe doing a little bit of benthic sampling to look at some things as far as, are there any other impacts to the invertebrates we were talking about? So I think, because the science isn't there for this long term, and a lot of the orders of conditions that I've looked at for these projects don't go that far out. I think it would be interesting, as well as help future applications to show, you know, what it's looking like 10, 15, 20 years down the road. So maybe like a once a year type of sampling, more something that we
Yep.
would budget for.
Yeah, I was gonna say, there's a budget then,
Yeah, we'd have to budget for it. I'm not talking about something major, but
could be done.
Any comments from the audience? Any more comments from the commissioners?
I just like to, I mean, I'm sorry, but one of the issues here is biological effects, and most of the data that's taken in these pre and post sampling things is physical chemistry. It's not biology for the most part. And it may be, probably is a little much to ask to try to put that into an RFP to some outside consultant, but maybe there are some citizens who are into citizen science who might be interested in establishing a program of sampling some of the biological activity on the pond. I'm looking at you, Stan. And because I think it's very important to understand some of that stuff, then I don't think it's well understood. And there may be observations that people have made on the pond already that could stand for a sort of pre-treatment data set, and if that's followed up over several years or 10 years, taking similar data, trying to observe what happens with maybe some of the species on the pond, I think that would be a great thing.
Please.
Thank you, John. I'm Stan Selko. I live by the pond. One comment as far as benthic organisms. I think I sent to Heinz an article from University of Vermont. Our ponds are not the same as ponds in Vermont. But they did a study of alum treatment in 2 ponds in Vermont by 2 professors at UVM, paid for, supported by the EPA. They sampled benthic organisms, dragonfly, odonata, mayflies, and things like that before alum treatment. After alum treatment, there was a steep descent in the benthic invertebrate. And then a short time later, it was larger, higher than it had been before the treatment. Of course, their sediment is different than ours, but that makes me really hopeful. One more thing about inflow, I would love, personally for me, I would love to see any kind of bylaws limiting fertilizer and careful about the septic systems. But according to the Smith report, 48 or 50% of the phosphorus in the sediment is legacy from old treatment of the cranberry bogs. And yes, I'm not saying we're innocent. I certainly, you know, we all, people here, we all flush our toilets or put things in the pond, but still, I would love to see more. And our pond association has posted information, I think some of it from Amy, encouraging voluntary compliance with plantings around the pond. But I would love to do a sampling of odonata larvae, and I'd love it if you would join me, John, because we have a couple of kayaks. I'd love to do that with you.
Great.
There we go.
there you go.
Any further comments among commissioners?
Could I just say that I really
Put-
appreciate,
Sorry.
I'm a theater person, I can project. I really appreciate the discussion of this. I'm very much in favor of it. I don't know all the details. I really appreciate what you offered. I probably won't be here 20 years from now, and I do swim in this pond, and I would appreciate your giving us the opportunity to, if not before this, which it seems as though some of the previous ponds that have had this treatment haven't had the kinds of studies, that we make Hinkley Pond the ultimate or penultimate study of what this will do by first agreeing to have it done. That's all I want to say. Thank you very much for the conversation.
If I could just bring it back to, I'll get the Long Pond skeletal framework and then begin with that, add on some other things or timing or use that as a basis. It'll make it even easier than I thought to begin this monitoring, which has to be submitted anyway, and give you copies as well. Because I'm sure we'll talk about it anyway, so.
Yeah, that's the way I picture it going, so. Well, let's put a motion on the table, we can condition it, as we go. Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the treatment of Hinckley's Pond with aluminum sulfate, sodium aluminate. And I would like to note the Commission's desire for chemical and biological monitoring on a regular basis.
Okay, do we have a second?
I second it.
Stan seconds it. For a little bit of discussion, I think we'd like to condition it so that the monitoring plan does come back to the commission and is approved. And we'll work with you to, sculpture the Long Pond order condition that's already there with a little enhanced frequency of pre and post sampling. Water column, benthic sampling as well. And I guess I'd like to throw in, I don't know if it's probably not part of the order, but just the idea to try to work together with some town committees to discuss source control and maybe some enhanced bylaws that might reduce some of the loading from the buffer zone for places that are already developed.
Just in addition, if there are, it doesn't have to just be people from town committees or departments. If there are just interested members of the public who want to be part of this discussion, feel free and contact me.
Yeah, okay.
Could this vote include the Conservation Commission's support for such a working group?
It can, I don't know if it'd be part of the conditions.
I don't think I put it as part of this motion, but we could put it on, it's not technically on an agenda for this, but you can voice your support for it, and we can have a more in-depth discussion with, and endorse this, if you like, at a future meeting.
Good. All those in favor with that motion say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Any abstentions?
Abstention.
One abstention.
Thank you all.
Heinz.
See you again.
Thank you, Heinz.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't, before we go forward, I don't foresee, usually the applicant who, for the project that we continued, is normally here. I just don't want the young lady who's waiting for 12 Old Wharf to be here all night. Do you want to continue it to the next meeting? I don't think they're coming.
Okay. Let's, I'll move to continue the hearing for request for termination of applicability for 12 Old Wharf Road.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
That'll be February 20th.
Okay, motion carries.
Thanks.
And for the next hearing, I'm going to excuse myself. Dan, do you want to?
Okay. Sure. Next, we have the notice of intent for Ken and Brenda Weeks, 116 South Street, for the storage of 800 lobster traps from November 1st until May 31st annually.
Good evening, Paul Shea with Independent Environmental Consultants. I'm here with Mrs. Weeks, the property owner and applicant for the project. And we're here just to answer any questions you have concerning the project. Just real quick, the project is for storage of, it's temporary storage for 800 lobster traps in the back yard or lower elevations behind the house at the Weeks residence at 116 South Main Street. The traps will be stored there from November 1st through May 31st. And the rest of the time, give or take some time, the rest of the time they'll be gone, and the rest of the area will look completely as it did before the traps were there. The area where they are storing, it's proposed, it's an area of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 square feet within a bordering vegetated wetland with a section of it in the 50-foot buffer zone. It's my understanding that when they picked these areas, no vegetation was removed for it. for the storage. It was just open areas within the wetlands. These traps come in, they get stored up on top of each other. They're mostly there during the time when the soils are frozen, during winter conditions, during non-growing conditions. And so when the traps are, taken out and removed, it's entering into the growing season, the wetland's really back to right where it was. So there's no discharge of anything to the existing wetlands, and again, it's temporary, it's not permanent. They have filed, I believe, a letter concerning hardship, concerning it in terms of I guess one of the questions came up from the commission about, storing the lobster traps somewhere else, and, in order to do that, to find a place and the storage from them and security issues and so forth, it gets costly as opposed to right in the backyard.
Amy, do you have any?
Yes. So in your packets is the letter regarding hardship, as well as a letter from Mr. Shea. We did come back out to the property today because it's been a little while since we've seen things. So one of the things, when you're proposing work in a wetland, you have to prove that there's no other viable alternative, technically feasible alternative is the way they state it. So I did speak with Mr. Weeks, and we talked, I know he did inquire at a couple other places, as well as I inquired of a couple of places, town properties, and unfortunately those didn't really come to fruition. So that leaves, is there a better place on the site for those? A less impactful place on the actual site itself. So I've been to the property, most of the property is with, if not all the properties in the 100-foot buffer zone, so it's all jurisdictional. But I know while it might not be ideal, but I'm trying to find a compromise for keeping things on site, but getting them as far away from a wetland as possible, understanding that you want to keep things on site to do your work on them. There are, and I'm sure it's not desirable, but they are technically feasible alternatives. As you pull into the Shell driveway, there's a grassy area that's a little bit higher on your right-hand side. Also, right in back of the sunroom, there is a bit of a raised area that is grassy, as well as maybe on the side of the house. And I don't know exactly where your septic is. Obviously, we wouldn't want to put that on top of a component.
Front yard.
Front yard. So, it would still be somewhat within the 50-foot buffer zone. My other concern is that, they'd be there through May, which is a growing season. Growing seasons can start very early here on the Cape, so being out by June 1st, it could have an adverse impact if you were to keep them in the wetlands themselves to growth of whatever could be in there or wanting to grow in there. So that's kind of what, maybe we can grant a variance for work in the 50-foot no disturb for temporary storage, but I can't recommend storage in the actual wetland itself, because I think you have other locations actually on your site. While it may not be desirable, you have other locations that are less impactful.
John, I'll start with you. Oh, you're abstaining, Paul?
Abstaining. So it's the four of you.
Somebody else can go first.
I'll go first. This particular case pains me. I would like to support the lobster industry. I think it's important. I'm sorry that there isn't any other facility around, particularly at Saquatucket Harbor, and maybe by next year that problem could be solved. Maybe we came too late with it. I think that would be very appropriate for the town to make storage available for lobster traps. I just can't approve right smack dab in the middle of the wetland.
I don't care if they're in my front yard. I don't care if they're all over my house. I don't care. I just want to keep them home.
Mm-hmm.
Tom?
Mm-hmm.
Joe?
Well, Yeah, it does seem like there are other locations on the property, which certainly have no problem with. I would say that would have to be on the landward side of the shell driveway at the least.
Yeah.
Do not support them being in or close to the wetland, though.
Does that, approving the storage of the lobster traps within the 0 to 50, or 50 to 100, does that require another request?
No. So some of the area currently right now is, that they're storing it is wetland. The other part is they are currently storing partially in the 50-foot no disturb zone. So the 50-foot, you could almost get out of the 50-foot and still probably have room on the site to keep the traps there, as shown on your plan. And I'm happy to, if that is the direction of the commission, I'm happy to work with them on the locations. So, no, the long and short answer is that, no, they don't have to change their application.
So is
For
our
us-
proposal an approval of storing them in the 50 to 100?
That is up to the commission. That is, I was simply stating there are viable alternatives on the site farther away from wetlands than what's proposed.
But the proposal that if the commission wanted them to be able to store them in the
Yep.
50 to 100, then we can make a proposal
You can
now
vote, yep, you can.
to grant,
Mhm.
it's not a variance, what is it then, permission?
It is a variance.
It is a variance.
You could say you wouldn't, you're not supportive of this, but you are supportive of it in other areas. And that would be under the realm of this hearing is fine.
Could I get a clarification? It seemed to me one thing you were saying to the right, as you're coming into the
Yeah.
shell driveway to
Right.
the right.
Well, that's what I had said. One of the commissioners stated something different, so.
Okay, because that area is all 50-foot buffer zone also.
Correct.
Right.
And a lot of the area behind the house is too. I
Correct.
stated one thing, basically upper lawn area.
Yep.
And another commissioner stated something a little bit farther back, so we'll have to clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be supportive of it outside of the 50-foot no disturb zone.
We don't have a map in front of us.
You don't have your site plans
I
from
don't have-
previous?
No, I don't.
I have a couple.
Okay, could you pass that
Yep, I can
down?
pass them around.
Thank you.
I'm particularly torn about this, because it's clearly a
I'll need these
violation.
back.
However,
Thank you.
the stumbling block that I've got is the shed already exists within the 50.
That was when, the history of that is that it was
But
approved when
I
we
understand.
used an old wetland delineation to approve that back,
I understand, but it's still there.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, that's absolutely applicable to the whole circumstance, because it's part of what Mr. Weeks uses in his operation. When I look at the greater picture, and I look at the possibility of what the detriment can be, I'm torn to believe that if the effort is made to maintain as much of the storage outside the 50, to make a conscious effort to not disrupt anything, the better. Given what I see there for square footage, where you have any room to walk or stack anything, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to get everything to fit elsewhere. Maybe, but I think it's apt to be very difficult, and I think there's going to be an overflow. All things being equal, I would support a variance to store the traps on site with the understanding every effort is made to keep as much out of it as possible,
Out of the 50?
out of the 50. I don't know if you could put a percentage on that.
Does anybody, so
What about
What's
the
the-
driveway?
what's the area of the proposed storage area? You had it on my initial, no, that's okay. I don't know if anybody has a scale
I'm
with them.
clueless.
I don't have my scale, but
Well,
how
the
many
pro-
square feet that,
it's, on the plan, it's just written proposed storage area.
Yeah.
But if you look at the notice of intent application,
yeah,
it says,
that's true. We should just go back to that.
the notice of intent is,
Oh, it
okay,
says
if you look at page 3,
2 to 3,000 square feet.
right, it is within bordering land subject to flooding, 2 to 3,000 square feet.
Okay. So it's
Now-
between 2 and 3,000 square feet.
What if we exercise the option to hold the storage within the 50-foot no disturb zone to stay within 15 feet of the edge of the driveway?
Sorry,
Follow me?
sorry, no. What edge of what part of the driveway?
Most of the driveway is within the 50, correct?
This, the bottom shell driveway is, that's the one you're talking about?
Yes, that comes in off of South Street,
Okay,
right? So when you drive in the driveway facing the house,
Yeah.
to the right-hand side,
yeah,
allow a 15-foot strip along the edge of the driveway.
it gets a little close there to the wet one, at 15 feet if you were to.
No, I think Mark's saying within 15 feet within the wetland, I think is what I'm hearing you say.
Within the 50-foot buffer zone.
I mean, it's all within the 50 regardless.
Correct.
And at the entrance, it's all brush anyway. So as long as that's not disturbed, you've probably got 2/3 of the driveway from the end of the brush line back to the house. What I'm suggesting is a strip along the edge of the driveway, about 15 feet wide. Maybe a little less if that is gonna help, but keep it down to that, not to be scattered out through the rest of the wetland area. And then you're gonna have to utilize whatever else you can on the property. Front yard, living room, bathroom, whatever it is.
Ready.
Sorry.
I
I
got,
did
the
take a
kids are all
picture
gone, I got
today.
bedrooms empty.
If anybody wants to see, I did take a picture today to, if you want to refresh yourselves. Took 2 pictures.
So you're proposing to keep them in that 15-foot?
Yep. Right along the edge of the driveway. That way the disruption is down to a minimum. When he comes in with a trailer,
Yeah.
it's right off the edge of the driveway. He's not, doesn't have paths going down through there. There's no more
This line.
disruption than ultimately
He's
would,
talking about giving
you know,
you
it's
the
minimized.
to store along the driveway, coming in like this, 15 feet.
I'm good with it. Kenny?
You know, I believe one of the issues with this is that there could be a fairly significant discharge of
Well,
salt.
that was actually one of the questions I said. Yeah, yeah.
Actually, the distance from the wetland does matter.
Well, they can condition.
It
you
could
an
really be
approval
pretty
time
significant.
Based on this
It's
stuff.
hard to quantify,
Ken can
but,
always come back and
you know,
listen.
I've done lobstering before. Typically, the traps have quite a few barnacles and organisms on them, as well as, you know.
When they come out of the water before they come home for storage, how long are they held out dry? Or do they come initially right out of the bay and?
Right out of the bay.
Yeah, so
I smell them as they're coming in through the back door.
It's a factor.
Or
and
him.
I really feel like it's just, you know, there's gonna be adverse impacts if they're within the 50-foot disturb zone. And there is, you know, a lot of room on the property outside of the 50-foot. There's the entire front yard and side yard that's completely out of the 50-foot zone. So, and, you know, I'm not sure if this lower shell driveway is actually permitted either. That maybe shouldn't even be there to begin with.
I gotta speak up here for one thing, is that First of all, these aren't like the old lobster traps of old, the wooden ones with
Mhm.
the ropes inside that really held the smell. I mean, I've worked in every coastal community in Massachusetts, the whole coastline, and I've
So
been
have I.
dealing with these problems for a long time. But one thing I found, I got hired for this job back at the beginning of January of 2018, just to flag the wetlands. That was my mission originally. And I was shocked when I was down there. I'm used to being around. I didn't smell anything, no traces of that these things had come out of the ocean. And it really caught me by surprise because I would have been there, right, literally about 30 days after or so when they arrived there. I was kind of surprised at how clean it was or whatever. So I'm not seeing the impacts that you're talking about. I think there's options here to try to move some of the traps out. We can't get out of the 50-foot buffer zone. I think it's physically impossible. And I think if they tried to get out of the 50-foot, you're now into the front of the property. I think you're gonna have major problems from the people on the other side of the road or the neighborhood. The beauty of where they are is that they're hidden. But to the right of the driveway, as Mr. Coleman was talking about, is a possibility to get some of the traps there. I don't know if they can get all of them out, but I'm not seeing any impact from it. This is a very unusual project because they're out of there during the growing season, and when they're in there is when the soils are frozen and so forth, that the biggest impact of this wetland is the stormwater runoff coming off of the roadway.
It wasn't frozen today.
Well,
I don't think it'll be
we
fr-
just had
That's another
60-degree
issue,
weather
though.
yesterday.
What, did you go
Yes,
there
we did.
today?
Yes, we are
Yeah,
aware.
that's another issue
We
that I
will-
really,
We
Given-
will take care of that. We don't need to.
Also, given the fact, Jim, I have to take issue with what you suggested. If they're a wooden trap, I could see the retainage
Correct.
of the salt and so forth, but being a wire trap,
Nothing.
I'm not sure I can agree with that.
Yeah, I was a former commercial lobsterman with wire traps, and,
I
it's
know,
not.
but at the end of
not
the
a-
day, wire doesn't absorb
Correct.
It's not a.
what wood would. I mean, I don't
tremendous-
see I don't see the comparison.
Can they be power washed before you
It's-
store them?
Well, all these things are very difficult to monitor or quantify, but there is certainly between all the ropes and the buoys and the traps, and we're talking about 800 traps, there's a fairly significant amount of salt and organisms there, Not huge, but, this is a no disturb zone here. It's right on a wetland, a running stream.
I know that I've worked in all the coastal communities in the state, and one thing I've seen is that it doesn't matter what town I'm in, whether I'm in Provincetown, Harwich, Gloucester, or Dartmouth, when I see lobster traps, so many of them are being stored next to wetlands or in the wetlands. This isn't so unusual. There has to be other lobstermen in town that are storing wetland. Why is this one getting the focus to come in here is like under an enforcement action? Is everyone else going to be filing notice of intents for these projects?
There was one that we caught a few weeks ago.
Yep.
And those were made to be removed. And they had the opportunity of, well, the thing was, it wasn't on their property anymore. So that was an easy thing. But we're not trying to penalize one person by any means. So I think we treat them all the same.
Anything else, Mark? I guess my comments, and again, I'd love to support the local fishermen and lobstermen. But with everything else we're talking about, we've been saying we're gonna protect the 50-foot. We're not gonna put things in there. We're not gonna build anything in there. We have a shed in the 50. That driveway, that lower part of the driveway, from what I could see, is in the 50. And if we talk about putting traps within the 50 and try to keep as much out of the 50, but whatever they need to kind of cheat on to go into the 50, I don't know how that you're going to be able to monitor that.
Well, that's why I say, if there's a 15-foot strip
But
along
that's
the edge
still
of the
within
driveway.
Even though that.
Well, yeah, it is.
Now within the 50.
You can also, you are within the 50, you could grant a set variance if you wanted to, like a 10-foot variance or something like that. If you wanted to allow some sort of a buffer strip that could also be monitored, like instead of 50 feet, I'm just throwing out an option, 50 feet, say 40
And who's
feet.
gonna monitor that all the time? That's my concern. I mean, even today, there weren't 800 traps, but we saw traps being within the property today that shouldn't have been there, that weren't there the last time I was there.
We'll do whatever it is. You know what?
Keep them on the site, yeah.
We will follow whatever it is. Doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You know what? I don't care if they're in my front yard.
I guess if there was somehow, we said, okay, they had to be out of the 50, is there anything that we have to do in terms of any kind of mitigation for varying to be within the 50 to 100?
That is up to you. They would be, I would consider them, they are temporary, they're not year-round. That would be up to you. If you were to require any, planting or anything like that in the wetland or whatnot as mitigation for keeping them there. They're gonna be stored in a disturbed area, like either lawn or driveway or things like that. So I would like to just see the wetland do what it's going to do and regrow if it's going to regrow.
And we did see that this year.
Right, we did. There was some grass sedges that came up and some other things, so I would recommend them getting as far as you can and letting that wetland be.
Can you get them out by April 30th? What's the May?
It's Save the Whales, okay?
Yeah, it depends on the whales.
So, you know what? We thought it last year was gonna be like April 1st and,
Right.
the whale thing, and then it was April, 4th, and then it was like this huge thing going on with my husband. Now, it's not till the 5th, it's not till the 7th, it's not till the 8th. I was so ready. He'd been home since January. I was like, get out there, I don't care where you put those traps, just get out. But it's kind of out of our control.
Well, yeah.
But I gotta be honest with you. Give us this year. It doesn't work, it doesn't work. You say to us, it doesn't work. I can't call the laws, I can't call the rules. It used to be, we could fish year-round. We can't fish year-round, He had to have all his traps out by a certain time in January, and we can't start till, it is what it is. It's a whole different world. But this is huge in us getting to our retirement to keep them home. And we'll do whatever you tell us. I don't care if they're in my front yard. I'm gonna deal with different stuff, but I don't care where they are. We'll put them where you tell us to put them. My bedroom. I don't really care, honestly.
Entertain a motion?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask.
I think we can fit them.
2001. Foundation had been there for a while.
Yeah.
The foundation had been there.
Yeah, my dad had got the foundation, put it there through Harwich Golf Course, that's another story, but then we purchased it from him when we decided to move to the Cape. And we had no intention of putting the traps there well, we did, but in the beginning, my father said, put him somewhere else, and my dad is now passed, and, stuff has happened, we had to move them from where they were.
I was hoping your father had traps there.
Me too. He does have traps there, even though he's in heaven. There are traps
I was
in my
hoping you
yard.
had them years ago.
I'm just teasing, but,
Yeah.
it's not a game that I'm playing. I
think maybe if we can, if anybody's willing to make a motion
We're
at
ready
this
to-
point,
I would,
because otherwise we're just.
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to approve storage of up to 800 lobster traps outside of the 50-foot no disturb zone on the property at 116th South Street.
Any seconds? Or any further discussion, I guess, on that?
You need a second in
You need a
order to
second.
get to
Okay, well,
discussion.
that's what I wanted to.
You need a
kinda what
second
I
to get
was
to
asking.
discussion.
I'll second it, but I'm not satisfied with it.
That's okay, we can have discussion. Okay,
Well, the discussion or
now
the
you can have
vote?
discussion.
Discussion.
Discussion, okay.
I agree with Mark. I'd like to give a little bit of, I'd like to have success
Exactly.
in whatever we decide. And so I'd like a little bit more than the 50, like maybe outside of the 40-foot buffer zone.
I can live with that. Give them 10 feet along the edge of the driveway. To set them up to fail is not gonna do any good. To send them out of here a month down the road, they have a run-in with the zoning commission. Where are they? Everything we've done is to no value.
I guess my concern is, what are we doing with everything else within the 50 that we try to regulate and keep out of the 50?
There's a big picture, too. Do we want to protect the families as well as the resource? I think the families are every bit as important as the resources.
And you know, my feeling that we were given the power to give variances on a case-by-case basis.
Exactly, case by case, with the injection of some good sense to make it work for everybody. Reach for the most you can get to benefit the resource. In this case, I think allowing 10 or 15 feet on the driveway, I think is a compromise. I think it might be a workable solution from them.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, I disagree. I just believe that there's, far more than 3,000 square feet available on the front and side yard. It appears like there's over 5,000 square feet, so I don't see an issue with storing the traps there.
I have a question, Amy. If we could grant a variance, this is not in perpetuity. We grant
3
a
years.
variance for 3 years.
It's for the life of the permit. So after 3 years, the permit lasts 3 years. It has to come to you for an extension
Got it.
at 3 years' time.
How many years before you
Mega
retire?
box, we're gonna retire. My kids are gonna carry us.
We all hope
It
that
is
that
what it
happens
is.
to us.
It is
That's
what
what
it
my
is,
parents
but
say,
I-
too.
You know what?
That's
I'm
what
not
I
playing a
say.
game. I'm gonna follow whatever you tell me to follow. It
That's
doesn't
what I
work,
say.
it doesn't work.
At this
Yeah.
point, 'cause we
Thank
don't
Yeah,
you.
have
well,
a
hold on, we're
Motion
not,
that's
we're
on.
still in the middle of a motion here.
Motion can be withdrawn, or it can be voted on.
I'll withdraw that motion and make a motion to approve storage for up to 800 lobster traps from outside of a 40-foot buffer zone from the delineated wetland.
I'll second that.
Hold on one second. Jim,
So you're
40 feet.
saying
Mark, second.
10 feet into the buffer.
Okay,
Yep.
we're good?
Do you need a variance language? Do you?
Grant the variance for grant a 10-foot variance, essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a second. Any further discussion?
I'm satisfied with that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have to be in favor of my motion?
It would be
Well,
better.
we have two so far, so what's your vote? Yes or no?
I'm not in favor.
So all in favor, two? And I'm a no.
So what it is, we have four eligible voters at the table tonight. We have 3 people who need to abstain. So we need a majority in order for a motion to, that's not a denial. It's just because it didn't carry does not mean it's a denial, but it's not an approval either. So we need to kind of work this out here. So we need 3 out of 4 people to come to an agreement on something. So it's a 2 to 2. I just gotta document it.
I think Paula just made a comment, and I think in deciding whether or not to grant variances in all circumstances, I think it is important to take into consideration the people, and that this is a livelihood. This is This is not a swimming pool.
That's correct.
I think we have to value people.
What if there
Totally
were
agree.
mitigation in terms of planting? How would that, if there was proposed replanting to help
Well,
establish the wetland quicker, would that change any?
Replanting.
Huh?
I don't think there's gonna be any room for planting
Well,
when
there's
they
still,
store
you
all
still,
the lobster
you still got
traps.
some space down
No, I
towards
mean,
the,
in the wetland itself, which is,
towards the
there's
brook to
no,
reestablish there.
there's no it's just basically trees and some wetland grasses there. I'm just trying to help move this along. Would people feel any differently if the wetland was assisted to regrow? I'm just throwing it out there. Or the
So
buffer
is that
zone too.
something that you guys would be interested in?
Well, if we can come up with a new area to put them, let's say with the 40-foot buffer zone that we're talking about, we're gonna be taking those traps out of the BVW wetland. They're not gonna be being stored there anymore. That's gonna allow the growing season for, right now it's herbaceous species that are underneath there, but
I'm just trying to, would expediting it somehow with some
Yeah,
shrub plantings
I could,
help
I could,
the motion?
I could support that if,
You would just not.
so one of the issues is that the wetland keeps being encroached upon because there's not clear delineation. If we could do a simple row of plantings that Amy would approve,
Yeah, we've already, yeah, okay.
downhill from the driveway, above the edge of the BVW.
Okay.
That could be supportive of the 40-foot.
Jim?
Amy, would
should we
highbush
withdraw this
blueberries
and go back to the
or something
original?
of that nature
Yeah.
be advantageous
See if
right
we
in
can
there?
fit them
Yep,
in.
high bush blueberry,
Happy
sweet
with
pepper
that.
bush,
Arrowwood.
Arrowwood viburnums.
We've already expanded
We can
to
come up
say
with a list, but essentially that would be almost like a living fence to delineate where you can and can't be.
Yep.
Exactly.
Got it?
Come back.
I'm just trying, like, is there a way that we can
You think on
Well-
move this along if we can do that?
Try that.
Okay.
All right, well, to simplify things, I'm going to withdraw that motion and go back to my original motion, which is the storage of up to 800 lobster traps outside of the 50-foot no-disturb zone.
I'll second that.
With planting or no
With
planting?
no planting.
No planting. Hold on. I'm trying to help Nikki out here with some note-taking.
Any discussion?
My
I'm not
discussion would
satisfied
be-
with that one. Go ahead.
My discussion on that would be, can we ask them to try and fit it in within the, outside of the 50 buffer zone and come back if it's totally impossible? We could look at how they store it outside the 50?
Yes, you can condition that.
And if it doesn't work, come back to us and we could decide then
It
to
could be an
add-
amendment, or it could
add
just.
another 10
yes,
feet?
Yes, you could do that. We can condition it as such.
Condition it.
Well, that they have the right to
50
come.
feet.
to come
They have the
back
right
at-
to
They
come back,
would
right.
know that, they would
Right.
know that. Why do we
Approve
have the
it
condition?
outside the 50-foot buffer, and then, yes, I mean, it is a known. If that doesn't work, then you'd have to come back and chat with us, but
Yep.
it's sometimes nice to spell it out in the orders of conditions.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a first and second. Any further discussion?
No, I guess if they're clear with the fact they'd have to come back to review again, I guess that's as good as it gets, but I'm afraid we're still gonna wind up back in the same place. I'm just trying to avoid that.
But it didn't pass, so.
I gathered that.
Can I'm sorry, so Jim motioned for outside the 50. Who was the second on that? Carolyn? Just trying to keep all three motions
Mm-hmm.
straight. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay. Passes for outside the 50. Let's see if we can make it work.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll be in touch. We can come stake things out, okay?
It's bedtime.
Yes.
Back to you. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
3 abstentions.
Amy?
Yeah, please, if I could have those
Needs
back,
that back.
please.
Okay, yep. And the whole.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have a notice of intent for the Blackmore property, 78 Bells Neck Road, proposal to demolish and rebuild a dwelling and septic system.
Good evening. Dan Croto from Moran Engineering. Here with Nathan Cosper who is the applicant from Brady Built Sunrooms, I believe. And the owners, who I hadn't met before, I drew the plan for Nate's company. He handled the filings and everything, and the owners and Nathan had in contact. So for the site plan, there's so it's existing structure, one bedroom. Last time we'd gone to the health department, they agreed it was a one-bedroom structure. There's a cesspool that's in groundwater for that structure. The structure itself is the floor, I believe. The floor is about elevation 4. Floodplain now is about elevation 11. So basically the floodplain's above the lower part of the roof. So the proposal is to remove the house, the hardscape, and construct a new house on an open foundation. The front would be to be able to put the septic tight tank in, so the removal of the cesspool, obviously, and then the installation of a tight tank. So the idea would be the front of the building would be on a foundation wall, which would be a retaining wall, which would then go around the tight tank. The existing parking would be moved to right in front of the septic tight tank, in front of the building, and which would be further away from the wetland as located. The house itself moves quite a bit forward out of, towards Bells Neck Road, out of the wetland. One bedroom, it's going to stay one bedroom. As for coverages, I do have that on the map, and there's a slight decrease in hardscape and building and hardscape. With that, I'll turn it over to Nathan if he wants to add anything prior to your comments.
Thank you, Dan. This is obviously a difficult project. When we started looking at it, we could tell it's all very close to the wetlands, surrounded on 3 sides, a complicated structure that's already existing. And so it's taken us quite a lot of time to come up with a plan that we think improves the situation of the site. We've met with the department heads here in the town to try and figure out, get as many ideas we could on how we could best use this space. Some of the recommendations included moving the house closer to the road, farther away from the wetlands, relocating, getting rid of the cesspool, moving the tight tank, trying to do everything we could to put all of the proposed structure as far away from the wetlands as we can. This is the kind of project where we'll take exceptional care in all of the construction. The silt fence designation was put out there very tight to the existing structure. We believe we can work within that with minimal disruption to the ground. And we think we have the best possible design for this location to minimize the impact on the wetlands and to minimize the impact to the ground while we're doing the work. We are willing to accept this as a seasonal use as part of the order of conditions, and we think we have a nice design here, and we respectfully request approval to go forward with this project.
Thank you. Amy, any thoughts?
Well, you had to be creative to do this one. Sorry. So in general, this is, I mean, what's proposed is far better than what's there. What's there is a non-grade, and grade is 2.7 feet in elevation out there. So there's non-grade, one-bedroom cottage, the concrete patio with a cesspool, all within, I mean, the vast majority of the site is within the 50-foot no-disturb zone. Most of the structure is within, the 25-foot setbacks. So the key is how can we make this situation better? And while still understanding that they have a pre-78 cottage on the site. So one thing, it isn't a flood zone, and so they have to come up quite a bit. The first finished floor is going to be at elevation 12.5. I mean, when you look now, the elevation is between 2 and 3 on the site, so it's going to be, the first finished floor will be up quite a bit in order to meet flood zone standards. This is a location where a tight tank, we talked about it with the Board of Health or with the health agent essentially, and that's kind of the way that, you haven't had your hearing yet, that's right.
Next week.
Next time, yeah, so that is the direction that has been kind of recommended for this site in particular. They're not easily granted, but this site makes sense. I think myself and the health agent thought so. So a little bit of fill would need to be brought in on the front side, so it is fill in a flood zone in order to put that tight tank in the front, farthest away that it can be from the wetland. Let's see what else here. The other net benefits, well, again, being a flood-proof structure, being a slightly smaller structure, getting rid of the concrete patio that is within about 20 feet away from the edge of the wetland. And the big bonus is getting rid of the cesspool on the site. The one request that we had when we were on site today is between the front of the house and the proposed tight tank is a big, beautiful maple tree. And we understand that you'll need to take that down. We would love to see it, not that one, but a red maple replanted somewhere on the property. My thought initially was where the existing parking area is that you're abandoning. It's fairly open and they'd probably do well there. And other than that, I would just say we did notice a fair amount of invasive plants around the periphery today against the wood line. And in the future, if you were to look to get rid of those invasives and free up your natives, could also potentially have a positive impact on your view. I think, I can't speak for the commission, but I think we would love to entertain an invasive plant management out there. It's a wonderful little, very sensitive, but wonderful little spot. So I would recommend approval of the project.
Thanks, Amy. Any comments, Joan?
Just a question, on the plan you're showing a note, pump and remove cesspool. However, noticed on the property there, short ways to the southwest of that, there's another structure, concrete structure that looks to me like an old-fashioned cesspool that's
Could be
about
a
2 or
second.
3 feet above where it
It's over
should
here.
be on grade. What's the deal with that? Is that,
I'm not sure if that's a well or a cesspool, but the plan would be to remove both of them.
We can put that in the conditions if there's, remove all existing cesspools from property.
Remember, it's southwest of the one shown on the plan.
It's just right
Yeah.
Next to
just
it.
a touch.
Maybe it's come up just recently. It's come out of the ground.
High groundwater.
because, yes,
We didn't
it
put
was
it
high
back.
tide, by the way, so maybe,
The one cesspool certainly sticks up 2 feet or so, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
this
Over
was
there.
high.
This
this was
higher.
higher,
It's
Oh,
a little
yeah.
hidden by
It's in the brush.
the brush.
Yeah.
It's in the wood.
So,
And now that it's all died down, you can see it in the
Yeah.
summer when it's overgrown. It's complete. But
Be awfully close to be a well to a cesspool.
yeah,
But it's probably a second cesspool because this one couldn't have worked too good because, it's
Yeah,
got like
right.
1 foot and then you got groundwater.
we would remove them both.
Mark? I'm curious, more than anything else, the square footage of the building, is that compliant with the minimum size for a new structure? Or is that irrelevant because of the existing structure?
That would be Nate's property. He has spoken with the building department, I'm sure, on it, correct?
So,
I thought the minimum size was
Recommend.
800 square feet.
so we may need a building variance for that, but we have been told to limit the structure to the existing footprint. And so we were limited in talking with the heads of the department to what was the existing footprint. And in fact, it was recommended that we make it smaller than the existing footprint, which we did.
Yeah, that was my my recommendation was that to stay the same size or smaller, just because it's in the 50.
Okay.
They would be glad to make it bigger, but we'll keep it smaller, one bedroom, seasonal, and smaller than, less non-conforming.
So
than
you
the
still have to
existing.
clear that hurdle yet?
We have been in discussions with the building department as well.
Carolyn?
This new building will be in compliance with all the FEMA regulations?
It will, yeah.
Will you have breakaway walls and
They
Yes,
don't
ma'am.
need that. Oh.
they don't need it?
I mean,
We're not in a velocity zone, so they don't need breakaway, but it is elevated.
It's completely, it's completely open from that front wall back, which is
Okay.
a velocity zone construction, but even though it's only in the non-wave area, so it's,
Okay.
yeah.
Looking at that property, I would
Does
recommend.
meet all FEMA regs. Yeah.
And my question is, what is this retaining wall, 5 feet maximum exposed?
That's the sides of the fill that we need to cover the septic tank.
Tight tank.
Got it.
Two sides are.
Got it. And you're taking out the concrete patio, you're not putting in another patio or anything anyplace?
Not in a impervious cover, that's correct. We're
In a pervious
Has
cover?
a deck up.
So the
Oh,
deck
there's
is
a
part
deck.
of the deck is part of the footprint of the house.
That's true.
And then above the tight tank, we envision just some grassy area to sit, but no impervious cover.
Okay, thank you.
I just have to ask the question, what's the definition of seasonal?
6 months, Board of Health will put a seasonal on.
Yeah, that's
No, I'm just asking for my own
6
information.
months for the
6 months?
tight tank, it is a regulation to
So-
Title V.
It's like Memorial to Columbus or something.
No, I'm just asking.
Memorial Day to Columbus Day.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
right now it's Memorial Day to Columbus Day that the Health Department writes in. If the owners want to change to a different 6 months, they will have the opportunity next week, but it will be written in.
Okay, I just
Yeah.
want to know.
Come down for Christmas.
So, yeah, I have some questions with, as far as landscaping goes. Much of the area is kind of semi-naturalized wetland, bordering wetland. Is there any plan for activity, say, in the 25-foot setback to the wetland?
The intent is to leave it as natural as we can across the entire site. The owners like the natural species, they like the trees. We're happy to plant new
Yeah.
trees, and your recommendation for where to put it makes sense. So yes, and our goal is to leave it in the native state.
Yeah, I would just like to see it conditioned that other than native plantings and invasive species removal, that, that area should stay in its natural state. It looks like the 25-foot setback is a pretty nice buffer zone that gives enough room around the house and still protects the wetland.
That's it?
I had one other comment. I noticed on site today, while only the one tree is proposed to be removed, there's a couple others that you're probably gonna wanna limb, that either have like hanging limbs or hazard limbs that are gonna have an impact on, so I would recommend that we approve selective pruning to make sure there's adequate clearance around the new house.
They got that
There's also a
marker
dead tree
removal.
that I noticed there today.
Yeah, if there's a dead hazard tree, we can incorporate
That
that,
would be
yeah.
terrific.
Okay, well, we field a lot of requests to expand building space in the 0 to 50. And here's a case where the building is being contracted a little bit, the hardscape's being contracted, and you're entitled to build what you had there before. So I think we really appreciate seeing these reductions. We don't often see it, so thank you. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to,
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for the interruption.
Oh.
We do not have a DEP number.
Oh, so we can't.
And it's something that I mentioned to Nate
Yeah,
beforehand.
just today.
We can't issue we can't approve a project or vote on a project until we get a number from the state, which you applied to. They have the application. I was really hoping we'd get it by 6 o'clock today. We got a couple other ones today. But we can't close the hearing because for some reason they don't give it to you within 21 days. Our decision is null and void. So we can, I don't think if there's any more questions, but we technically have to continue you because we don't have that number. It's out of our grasp. But
Okay.
as long as there's no other questions, it's almost a formality
I would move to continue.
next time.
Okay, first, any comments from the audience? I forgot to ask. Okay. So it looks like we do have to continue to the next meeting. Is that okay?
That's February 20th.
Yep.
Would you like us to come back and re-present or be here for questions?
I
or
think
do you
if we
prefer-
have just one representative can come back. I think you didn't hear a lot of concerns or opposition, so I think it's going to be a pretty quick process. So,
That would be February 20th.
okay, so if just somebody can come back, we could probably schedule it early on, and
Yes, it would be early
Okay,
on the agenda.
very good.
Do you have that condition noted about the 25-foot?
I do, 25-foot buffer to stay in natural state.
okay, so I move that we continue the hearing until the next meeting.
Second.
Second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
What are the invasive species?
Oh, well, there's one that I couldn't identify that I have, there are some vines. You do have some bittersweet, you have some honeysuckle, you have a little bit of, you do have a form of ivy, it's not English ivy, but there's one plant, and I'll show you a picture of it, that it looks like a shrub version of the tree of heaven, and I'm not exactly sure what it is, because I don't think it is.
It's very good looking.
It's on the southwest side of the house.
Is that on the left?
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's invasive. I just can't think of what it is. So, yeah, if you,
Eliminate that?
well, you have to have a discussion on site about, because the permit really doesn't cover invasive management, but if you wanted to look at it in a comprehensive scale in the future, I'm happy to.
Great.
Okay?
Thanks.
You can start, I'll be right back.
Okay. Next, we have a notice of intent for the Wang property at 4 Quezon Lane, proposal to demolish and rebuild a dwelling, pool, and septic system.
Let's see, I'll put that up. What's that? Are we waiting for Amy?
No, it's okay, you can start. She'll be back in just a second.
Dan Carotto from Moran Engineering. Here for 4 Quasin Lane. Andrew and Karen Wayne's new property that they've been in the process of purchasing for quite a while, and they finally own it as of last month. I'm here with Suave Yosev and Shannon Goheen. The important part of this project is the landscaping, of course. So Shannon would be the landscape designer. Suave would be the person on the ground doing the doing the work within the 50-foot area, which is majority now is lawn. Also with us is the owners, Andrew and Karen Wang, and the applicant, who is the main person on the ground, would be Harry Ellis's company. So Harry Ellis is here, who would be doing the construction for the project. We have been to Board of Health. We did get approval for the floor plan. The existing house is 6 bedrooms. The new house is 5 bedrooms with a recreation room attached to 1 bedroom, which the Board of Health wanted to safely call that a bedroom in case there was a new owner and they put a door up. The Board of Health required the leaching area to be designed for the 6 bedrooms, which is common. They're common in how they work. But we have been to the Board of Health. They did get approval also at Zoning Board of Appeals last week, and so Conservation is coming with knowing that the other boards are not requiring changes to the structure. Board of Health-wise, the original septic, which isn't too old, it was in the 90s, I believe, used a wetland setback of high water, and obviously that's not the case now. Now it's top of coastal bank. Putting the existing leach pit is probably 40 feet from the top of coastal bank. To clarify, site plan-wise, you have a proposed conditions and existing conditions. You can pull them out if you want, put them side by side to see the differences. It's also an overlay, but obviously there's a lot of lines on. We also have Shannon's plan for the landscaping, but on the site plan shows the areas that I overlaid Shannon's onto ours to get the mitigation numbers. So getting back to the septic system, which would be on your both plans, but on the proposed conditions plan, you would see it, the 2 circles, half of it within or 3/4 of it within the 50-foot buffer. Under the area that's now the terrace, or that's proposed to be the terrace and pool area, is the septic tank. Both of these are going to be moved to outside the 100-foot to the back of, to the north side of the property line. We did get approval for that from the Board of Health. So there's an area, the existing structure has a lawn, has a patio and a lawn in between the two building sections heading towards the wetland. The owner is proposing to put his use area there, pool and terrace and patio area. So adding hardscape in an area that's lawn in between 2 building sections, and for that, meeting the regulations and greatly improving what's now lawn into native species for Shannon's plan. So using an area which isn't highly used by wildlife, but now the end result is a huge improvement in native species and wildlife habitat coming up from the coastal bank. What's not, my mitigation numbers start at coastal bank and go inland. Shannon's plan over that, which shows on her plan, not mine, is, it's not the shaded part of mine. But there is another 1,225 square feet on the coastal bank, which she's proposing to remove the monoculture of Rosa rugosa and add native plantings, more diverse, and I guess Rosa rugosa isn't native. It holds a bank, but there are native plants that will hold a bank as well. The bank itself is armored at the front with existing revetment. The path to the waters has been there. It doesn't need improvement at this point. There's a block patio within the 50, within the last page of the maps I gave you, the 8.5 by 11, will show you the Google Earth picture, which clearly shows that patio stands out pretty good. It's within the 50, and so the proposal is to remove that patio, which we have which I have as 131 square feet within the 50 of hardscape. In the process to make the pool fence, we want the full area to be fenced in by the pool is 117, so there's a reduction there. There's also a reduction in that we're turning what's hardscape into plantings. on the site plan, it shows as grass. Shannon's actual plan is to put plants on both sides of that. So from the pool, the advantage of having it down there is from the pool, you won't be looking at a fence. You'll have a view of the water, which is why they have the property. I'll turn it over to Swavi now, who's the man on the ground, who will be the man on the ground doing whatever landscaping for whatever is approved. And because he's familiar with working in these areas, and he can go over his process.
Good evening, everyone. Basically, when we started working on this project, the first thing that we did was, given the nature of the project and the location, we contacted Amy and we did several on-site visits to coordinate the process and to kind of get a concept of our design and layout. We have done multiple projects in town on environmentally sensitive areas. At that point, Shannon's on my designing team, so we have constructed or designed everything accordingly to considering the environment and coordinating the design with Amy. So to talk about the design concept, I will pass the mic to Shannon, who can tell you more about.
Hi, I'm Shannon, and I brought a color-coded version for you. It's a little easier to see than what you have. Do you want me to stand there or speak into this mic sitting here?
I think it might be helpful if you point out the...
Do I take the
That
mic with me?
closer. I can move it closer for you.
Okay.
There we go.
There you go.
Just easier to explain. So, I took a nice field trip with Amy one day, and we looked at some properties that she thought were very good examples for coastal banks that you've already done in Harwich. So I used a mixture of natives that are on your list and some of those coastal bank examples and created this. The thinking behind this is that you've got the rock revetment here, and then you have a big monoculture of Rosa rugosa, and it's kind of shot through with a bunch of vines, which are probably wild blackberry vines. That is really, that's an older planting than the monoculture of Rosa rugosa, which is further up. And I'm sure you all went and looked at that, and you probably saw that it's holding the bank really well. It's very structurally sound, I think. So with our very unpredictable weather, if we had a storm, leaving that part there that has all the vines in it would help hold the land very well in a storm. But I'm proposing that the newer planting above here be removed. So this is all Rosa rugosa from the last time the former owners were here. And taking that out, replacing that with natives, that will really expand the use of this property from an ecological perspective. My goal here is to combine the aesthetics that the owners want, that anyone would want on their property. So beauty and texture for them. And for the critters, pollinators, places to nest, places to get off the wind of the beach, and for the land, to hold the land really well. So that's my goal here. And we've gone from natives on this side and all along the side now, and then against the house. And I believe that it vastly improves the area ecologically and aesthetically.
Thank you. Comments for us, Amy?
Sure. I'll go through kind of the hardscape first and then touch on the landscape, the mitigation and landscaping aspects. So there is a small net reduction in square footage in the 0 to 50. There is a large increase in the 50 to 100. This is a site, it's in what we call kind of the campgrounds area of Harwich. It's been used and maintained the same way for many, many, many years. So it's a highly augmented site. It's mostly, it's house and lawn. So they are proposing a larger structure that total structure, including pool and house, than what's there now. But I think there is the opportunity, as Shannon was saying, to improve the site ecologically. So we can allow increase in the 50 to 100 with proper mitigation, and that's we'll get back to that in a minute. This is kind of consolidating space. It's actually, if you've been out to the site, we went out today, where the new house is going to be is pretty much in the same exact location as the old house. There's a few corners changing, but instead of just the grassy area with the little patios in the middle, it's proposed to be a pool. I had just a side question. When you went to ZBA, or when you spoke with the building commissioner, did he mention anything that pool fences are not necessarily required anymore?
Yeah,
As long as you have a retractable cover of a certain, just letting you know in case you.
there is that option. The owner still wanted the fence around the pool because that option may disappear,
Yeah.
for safety and because the option may
Right.
disappear when the state looks at that rule again.
Yeah, I just wanted, because it is a fairly new rule that a lot of people don't know about, I just wanted to mention it. It has not much to do with conservation.
The project architect here is also from Sandbox Design, Kevin. And he was actually the one who brought that up to us. But again, the owners for safety would like to go with the standard fence
That's
on
fine.
that side.
And again, just wanted to mention it. So the net benefit is really the reduction of the large amount of treated lawn on this site, in my mind. And so that when Shannon and I met, we were talking about mitigation, and so the required mitigation, if you go 2 to 1, is 2,318 square feet. They are proposing 2,800 square feet, which is more than that. And I told her to focus, based on past practice, that we want most of it towards the closest part of the resource area, so on or within the buffer zone to the bank, to provide greater stability to the top of the bank, provide better habitat, species diversity, etc. So that's what was done. I'm merging now into the landscaping piece. And with sites like this, it's on a very exposed coastal bank. Sun, wind, salt, everything. So there are very few species that do really well here. I mean, you see bayberry and cedars and Virginia roses, but I thought this site could use a little bit more diversity. So a lot of those things are incorporated as well. I brought her over to a site on Shore Road where owners many, many years ago had kind of a heathland type, basically, area within the 50-foot buffer zone, and it's working really, really well there. So the plantings that they have provided or recommended are a mix of native and other plants that are, they're just not native necessarily to Massachusetts, but they're a good choice for this type of site, not invasive. The only thing, and I spoke with Shannon, or I emailed Shannon and Dan about this, is as far as mitigation goes, the foundation plantings you have up towards the house, I think they're a great idea. But I wouldn't necessarily consider them part of mitigation because there's not that continuity to the resource area itself. So I don't know what those square footages are. You may still be at the 2 to 1 without those. It's 482 square feet is the difference between 2,800 and 2,318, essentially. So in general, I think there will be a net benefit here, upgrade the septic, get all the roof runoff treated, come into compliance with our lawn regulations now, and cease doing the kind of the traditional practices that people have been doing, and the additional plantings, both for stability and habitat, I think is a benefit on the site.
Thanks, Amy. I've got a quick question up front. How does this relate to our new reg that has no new structures in the first 10 feet of the 50 to
Yep.
100?
I think that's up to the commission's, so my interpretation essentially of that is our regulation, but when you have a pre-existing structure that is closer to the top of the bank, then, and this is my interpretation, when you have a pre-existing structure that is closer to the top of the bank than what is being proposed, that's room for a variance there, essentially. I don't know if it was the intent of the commission when they drafted that regulation, if you had a pre-existing structure within that area to make them go to the 60. I just saw it as trying to get to an improvement.
Okay, well, I would ask the commissioners to think about that connection to our new regulation. I guess I'll start with you, Jim.
Okay. See, on the planting plan, the lawn regulations are no fertilizer use whatsoever, and that's a native mix of seeds, such as like the Cape Cod Harmony mix, I guess is a brand name of that. And I'm not sure, what would you think about irrigation in this?
I think you would have to.
I feel like
They
you would have
have
to
it
almost, but.
now. I think there's irrigation on the site.
It would be
There's-
reduction, it would be
There would be
reduction on the,
less, right.
because it would be temporary irrigation in the planting area.
Right.
And it would also decrease by, what do you think, Shannon? Probably 15 to 1,800 square feet of the turf area to be irrigated.
Right.
Yeah.
We, I think if you didn't irrigate here because of the exposed site, it would just become a
It
dust
would.
bowl, and there's no point in that at all.
I agree with that. So I think, with a native species mix of grass and the no fertilizer or chemical application, I think it's a nice planting plan. So that's my comment.
Any comments or questions, Stan?
Yeah, I'm just trying to going back to your question, because like what Amy said initially, and it's not exact, but it's pretty much the same footprint. And I'm trying to remember the square footage of the house itself, old versus new.
Doesn't it look like the western part is pulled forward quite a bit? It doesn't seem like the same footprint to me.
The western part hits the existing porch. It goes up to the existing porch. I did look at that, and I did meet with Amy about that 60-foot buffer. The 60, there's one sentence, the only place I found it in your regulations, and it clearly states to allow for passage between the building and the 50-foot buffer and to avoid intrusion of lawn in the 50-foot buffer. There's already lawn there. The passage is already there. We're actually removing lawn. So in that same sentence that requires the 60-foot, the other part of it gives the reason for it. And in a site like this, that's lawn right up to the building, it doesn't seem like this would apply. The reason given for not increasing, or for adding that extra 10 feet beyond the buffer is that you don't have a path around your house. The path has been there. You know what I mean? So in this case, it doesn't, in the same sentence, it almost says that wouldn't apply to a situation like this.
Well, the part where it's close to the 50 is that guest living piece of the house, right?
Right.
And when we were looking at the property where the stakes are from where it was going, it's only like maybe, it was very close. I mean, it was like maybe a foot over
Yeah, it is.
on the corner.
I actually color-coded mine to see the differences. So that corner is almost exact.
It was, I mean, we were there, it was maybe the
That corner's almost exact.
stake of the house, you know.
Here,
What?
on the western side is where you have a little difference between house and terrace or porch or whatever.
But aren't you,
But
you're
here's-
well past the 50 at that point, from what I'm,
Correct, yeah, the point where you're right on it
right,
is that
that guest
corner,
living room,
and
or
then
building.
In the pool.
I consider
And a
the existing patio that's there is the closest structure, that's the circle, and that's well within the 50, and that's coming out.
Outside the 50.
What is where the pool is going to be presently?
Grass and patio
Right.
And septic.
and septic, that's right.
It clears, again, back to that 60-foot rule, it's clearly stated the reason for it, and the reason does not apply here, because it's so the idea is to leave that 10 feet. If you put a new building right up in the woods, or up against the 50-foot, obviously, you've always allowed a maintenance path around it. In this case, this is lawn, the same sentence that says 60 feet says to allow for passage between the building and to avoid intrusion of lawn.
The intent was much more than that. It was really to protect the 0 to 50-foot buffer zone. So I'd have to go back and look at that language, but the intent was more than just to,
Oh, I have it
I
underneath.
got it right here.
as a pathway. To me, the eastern guest living space was there before, so there's no reason it couldn't be put in the same spot right on the 50. But let's hear from everybody and see what they think about that.
Yeah, again, I was looking at the old one too, so yeah, where the pool is in the terrace, it's pretty close to the 50. No, that's all I have.
Any comments?
What is the distance for the end of the pool or terrace area to the 50? What is the distance in feet?
It goes up to like 2 feet from the 50.
2 feet from the 50. It seems to me that that doesn't give you a walkway around it. As you said, our 10 feet was to,
The walkway's already there, though. It's clearly
It's already been lawn.
it's already lawn, but
If I could just read the exact line in this. Like, when citing a new building or addition within the 50 to 100-foot buffer, the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource area to allow for passage between the building and the 50-foot buffer and to avoid intrusion of lawn in the 50-foot buffer. It's rare that there's a regulation, and right there, in the same sentence, is the reason for it. And in a case where you have a yard that's a lawn, the reason that you don't want to allow the standard 50-foot is so you don't intrude on native plants. Well, we're adding native, so this is an improvement over that. It's rare you give the exact reason why you've created the 60-foot in the same sentence. And so it's clear that this project, which is lawn, and
well, take the 50 or the 60. The pool and terrace are a large increase in the 50 to 100. A large increase.
so we're giving a large increase in mitigation in the area that's going to be used by wildlife. And looking at the aerial, you can see this whole structure is behind paved road and number 2 crossing from the actual wetland resource. So yes, he is asking for the house that his family wants, but he's also willing to give up the lawn area that's existing lawn, the actual important area that would be important to wildlife. He's increasing wildlife and double what he's increasing for the family. So the idea is that his family gets what they want, and the wetland resource is improved. Septic system is moved beyond the 100 feet. And he's well behind the neighboring house and the paved crossing lane.
Mark?
I don't have any arguments.
Paul?
No.
John?
I like the planning plan.
Yeah, I can't
I think
remember.
This is before your time.
look pretty good. I do get the objection that we've asked a agreed on modified regulations, and this does not conform. And just looking at the plans and comparing the old to the new, maybe this has already been stated, but I'll say it again, well, no, it's clear on the plan, actually. That terrace hardscape, if this is the one impediment to people agreeing here, I don't see why you couldn't take out that bit of terrace there and put a bed there instead. I mean, I realize, maybe that's an integrated part of the living area, having a place to walk around, but if that's the issue here, restoring the footprint to the existing footprint, I don't know if that's 60 feet back, but it's restoring it to the existing footprint. It seems like,
Well, I think,
it seemed, well,
I think there's been a good argument made on both sides, and so for my interest, I think, to just see this, it's a fair amount of encroachment right up to the 50. It's a large amount of increased construction in the 50 to 100 with mitigation. What I'd like to see is just pull that little bit of the pool stepways, pull it out of the 50. Just remove the structures from the 50 altogether. That would satisfy my interest of having that buffer zone there. I think asking for the full 60-foot is probably not appropriate, given the argument you've made. But I think my interest would be to see, the structures pulled off the 50 line.
The only structure within the 50 is the fence itself. Everything else is beyond the 50. I counted the landscaping that the fence cordoned off because that's what the commission has required. So that area on the pool side of the fence I have as grass. Shannon is actually planning on putting a buffer of plants in front of it. I had actually brought up to her about bringing it back, but she thought that she wanted, if allowed, she would like the room there to put the plantings in front of it. So basically from the pool area, you wouldn't see anything, but that is gonna be, so we are taking what was 131 square feet of hardscape and replacing it with 117 feet of plants, but I counted it as impact in the 50 because it's within the pool fence. Now, a pool fence obviously leaves room for small animals, and birds can obviously go over the top and everything, but I know it's generally, any area that's fenced in is considered, impact within the 50. So the hardscape itself, a long answer to your question, Brad, well, the hardscape itself is completely outside of the 50.
Right, with the structure of the fence. So for me, it's an opportunity to pull back from the 0 to 50 completely with the full site reconstruction. And so there is a lot of increased construction, the 50 to 100 with mitigation. I just think it's an opportunity just to relieve the 0 to 50 from any structures at all.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, but I don't entirely understand what you're suggesting.
I don't either.
don't quite get it. Can you?
Pull the fence out of the 0 to 50.
That's,
Pull the fence
you mean just pull it towards the pool?
Yeah.
That's what you're saying?
Put the
Yeah.
fence on the
Put it
50 line.
essentially flush
it's
with
in
the
the
retaining wall.
The entire
of the pool.
site's being reconstructed with a very large increase in the 50 to 100.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, I get that part.
And
I'm
so-
trying to understand exactly what you're
Fence would be
proposing.
So there's no structures in the 0 to 50.
Or up top.
So you want to pull the pool fence up flush with the pool?
Or pull the steps back, something like that. There's a lot of new activity right on that 50. And we're seeing a large increase. I mean, the mitigation is good. It's nice to see it. It's a lot of new structure in the 50 to 100. So we have a choice whether we allow the mitigation or we allow the new construction in the 50 to 100. This is a big increase in the 50 to 100. I would rather see a pulling back occurring at this site as opposed to some of these plantings. Some of these plantings seem to be on the order of ornamental type of plants, so I'm not...
What's the importance, if I may ask, what's the importance to you more in this case, the environment impact or the fence that we have within the 50? I just want to make sure it's understood. I understand the 50 to 100, it's already existing structure and disturbed, and we talked
Right.
about moving the septic and all that. That was already presented. But let's just get clear
It's-
exactly the 50. Are you considering the fence that we're
It's an
within
opportunity.
the 50 or?
It's an opportunity to remove or reduce human impact on that 0 to 50 zone, which is close to the resource area.
What's the existing condition right now? Are the existing conditions
The-
today
The structures are further back.
0 to 50? Existing conditions?
Yeah, the structures are further back, but it's lawn.
It is lawn right now, so
Right, so there'll be,
irrigated lawn, very, I would say, it's like, I would say 6-foot Rosa rugosa bed.
Mhm.
From environmental perspective,
It's doing
what
nothing.
we're offering is 100 times better than what's existing. True or false?
that's open to interpretation. It's a planting mitigation that will improve that footprint in the 0 to 50.
Yeah.
I'm suggesting to
Yeah.
just pull out of the 0 to 50 and reduce that human impact.
Okay.
You're putting all the structures, the pool, the new building on the west, they're all coming right, very close to 50. And my preference is to see a 10-foot buffer zone there. You've made a pretty good argument that in this case that really doesn't apply, so I think that's fair. I'm just suggesting you're reconstructing everything. So we're looking for an opportunity to reduce structures in the 0 to 50. So, question from the audience?
I'm the architect. Can I?
Sure, please. Identify yourself, please.
Kevin Doffany from Sandbox Design Studio. Just to clarify, so the fence that we're talking about, which is the pool enclosure, technically it's not a structure. I understand the commission's definition of work outside of the 50 might be considered structure, but it's a 4-foot pool enclosure fence, which is required. I understand the pool cover, regulation regarding pools, but the owner chose not to go that direction. So I do want to point out that there are other fences on the property existing, as well as town-owned fences that are right along the top of the coastal bank. So I don't believe that this pool enclosure fence is any more detrimental than those. Whether the pool fence is right at the end of the spa and terrace, or whether it's out 4 feet, the use of that space is going to be the same. People are going to go down those stairs, either walk into an enclosed area, open a gate, and use the lawn to get access to the steps down to the beach, or the gate could be right at the bottom of the stairs. It's more practical to have an area, a landing at the bottom of the stairs that you can leave that enclosed area. The lawn's going to be the same, the use is going to be the same. I just don't see that jogging that 3-4 feet out onto lawn is very impactful from a resource standpoint.
I think it's a fair argument, but I think our regs would define it as a structure.
If I could say one thing after talking to the landscaping crew, because my plan isn't correct in what we're talking fences. Right now, there's an existing fence, as you can see on the proposed plan, coming off the, right at the 50 and down along the 50 to about 10 feet from the coastal bank. They're telling, what I did, I extended that fence to allow for the plantings, but the idea is that whole fence is gonna be gone.
Eliminated.
So we're actually removing quite a bit of fence, a lot closer to the 50, so that whole.
What type of fence is that?
It's a PVC.
It's a PVC vinyl fence now, going along and it cuts over to the, cuts over to the,
It's about 68 feet
West.
long,
Right.
total.
so on my proposed conditions plan, I'm showing that, I'm just extending it to the edge of the, out of the 50, but extending it to the edge of the plantings. And that's actually, is not there, so that's obviously an improvement of
There's
what
no fence
we're
on this
showing
plan.
over existing.
Actually removing structure within 0 to 50.
Excuse me, can you point out on there where the fence is that you're talking about?
The current fence, as it exists right now, comes right off the edge of here, goes out to the
Oh.
road.
So it's that fence. Oh, all the way down.
Okay.
So
Completely
that's
blocks
gonna
it off.
go away, and what's going to be our fence
Mm-hmm.
is just native shrubs.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
We do have a fence improvement.
Any further questions from committee members? I don't want to hold this up. We've talked about this a fair amount. I don't think we're in full agreement on what I'm trying to pitch here, but that's okay. Any other comments from the audience?
If I could just say one more quick thing is, the block pad, the closest structure right now of the house living to the coastal bank is that block patio, and which is about 40 feet from the coastal bank. And, so even this pool fence is, 3 or 4 feet further inland than that, along with the leach pit again.
Right. No, there are significant benefits. Okay, so do folks have any further questions or comments or things they need? All right, well, we can entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the notice of intent for 4 Quonset Lane, demolition and rebuild of dwelling, pool, and septic.
I'll second it.
Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
I gotta go back and read the buffer zone. I thought it was for more applications than that. Why do we have it so restricted? I don't think we voted.
I was thinking about this, like I was comparing one of the things we talked about, remember the house?
Only
on the
RDAs,
corner?
certs of compliance, and orders of conditions later, not
The
the,
garage
these are all notices of intent. You'll have a lot to sign next week, or
A
2 weeks.
natural area, as opposed to a grass.
It's all right, we're getting through things.
So I mean, like,
are.
and that's what I was struggling with, he's right, I mean,
Well,
this
I
was all
Guy.
lawn.
Yeah, and she was
As
like,
written, but
project's
I
out of the
think
way.
we're still trying
That's
to
a good thing
reduce
that we've
that
been sitting on.
encroachment. On the 50.
Hinckley,
Right.
South Street. It's you. Oh, yeah, we have to announce you.
But I pictured the 50
That's
as
fine.
more natural, whereas this was lawn,
This is,
which is gonna get used.
We would have need to have known ahead of time if you wanted to do that.
It's already open space, I agree with you, Stan.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, I
it's
need to
from-
know a little advance to give it to them, to have it ready for you.
And kind of what I struggle with the fence, it was gonna be
You'd
hidden
have
by
to,
all the
we
shrubbery.
put you sitting over there and
It
you'd
was planting, so it's
be on
almost
there,
like
but
it's not
yeah,
gonna
if
be there, it's
if
more
you wanna
for
do that in the
protection.
future, just let me know, like a day in advance.
I don't know.
Yeah, no worries. Hi.
Well, I mean, really, that's exactly what it's intended for, and it's camouflage as well.
I just want to see people fall out of zone 50. It's
mean,
an
Amy?
opportunity, the whole thing.
Amy?
Yeah.
Millions are being spent.
We're gonna take a 2-minute break. Oh, a response?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll discuss it, but that's.
Yeah, I'll give it to, they can, I'll keep one.
30 Harbor Road, proposal to replace a pier ramp float with dredging.
I'm gonna pass these out real quick. We need to share with these. We'll leave one here for you folks. I'll share, I have one I'll share with John.
The new,
Just something new. He's gonna go over it, but.
It's a written response. It's a written response to the Division Marine Fisheries comments, so I'm gonna verbalize it, but that would be, that was, summation of my notes, and a summation of what I'm already gonna say, that's all.
Okay, you get that.
Okay. Let me have my laser pointer.
I don't know where mine is still, so.
Look under the couch. Okay, so for the record, Mark Burgess with Schoffer Consulting, representing Al Novak, who's sitting next to me, Pam Newbert, who you all know well, and Glenn Wood is in the audience directly behind me, and Dan Croto from Moran Engineering as well, whole team, if you will. Okay, so I've got some notes. There's a lot of information here. I'm not going to go over all of it. I just want to hit the high points. A lot of this information you've seen before, so I'll try to be as concise as I can to hit the points that I think are different and important to this filing, and we'll go from there. So we first filed this project back in February of, actually 1 year ago today, I think, February 6th of 2018. Went through some iterations, wound up with what I call design number 3, which was dredging to -3, and a similar float arrangement as we have now. Ultimately, that project had a split vote, so we withdrew it, and we looked at ways to make it a little bit better so that we can get you over the threshold. There are 4 basic changes from the previous design. So the stairs, it used to be, well, the stairs that are right there now are going to be relocated to line up with the pier. Before, we had a short elevated walkway to bridge from where the reconstructed stairs were going to be in the same place to get over to where we lined up with the dock, and that was to stay away from the marsh. I looked at that and I said, you know what? I don't want to go over any further. So we rotated the dock to stay more away from the marsh. And in doing so, I said, it just doesn't make sense to have a walkway. We'll just reduce that structure in the resource area, and just, when we rebuild the steps, we'll just move them to line up with the dock. I want to be clear about one thing. Those of you that are out there today, you saw the stakes for the landing. Now, when AutoCAD does its thing, I get the elevation view. AutoCAD's an approximation of points that are shot from the survey. When I designed the landing, I needed to stay 18 inches off of grade and hit a rise and run that matched the slope. And I usually start at the dock and work my way up. When I did that, it looked like I needed a 9-foot wide landing. The existing landing is 6.5 by 10, I think. And I drew it as a 9 because I thought I needed that room to get to the land because I was going up a little higher. I staked it out in the field. I'm like, no, this isn't going to work. So I think we can keep the same 6.5-foot landing. It might require a step on the lawn. So I would expect to be able to change that. It would be less than what would get approved. So your choice there would be to revise the plan accordingly, or just wait for a contractor to formally lay it out, and we'll know where it's going to be. It won't be bigger than what's there, and I can almost guarantee you that we can make it the original 6.5 feet and make it work. So enough. That was it there. So that whole landing just gets relocated. Obviously, where the landing was would get replanted, you know, to match the surrounding vegetation. I mentioned that the dock is rotated to match the center line of the lot and stay further away from the marsh. The initial project converted 600 square feet of beach to land under ocean, and now it's proposed to 228, a 62% reduction. And the project now spans the entire marsh when there was one set of pilings in the marsh before. So those are some elements that I think are pretty good improvements over what we had before with that design. The float is in nearly the same place. The key points of the design: project is dredged to -3, except the first 6 inches of the float where it's to 2.5. And that was, what I did was I just made the dredge slope right to where it's 2.5 feet at the landward edge of the float, the absolute minimum to reduce the dredge footprint to the absolute minimum. So by the time you go under the float, you get 2.5 feet, and you keep on going to 3, it's about this much. So all but this much of the float is at -3, and the rest of it's at 2.5. The project spans the marsh. The float is perpendicular to the shore, creating a lane, if you will, because the boat just has to come straight in and out. So when you have most of the floats, or all of them, that are perpendicular, or parallel to the shore, you've got to sweep in and sweep out. That increases the dredge footprint. I didn't want to do that. So this allows a boat to come straight in and straight out. So a minimal footprint again, just trying to keep it as minimal as possible. And that, of course, reduces the amount of dredging that's required. So I mentioned the landing. So key points in the narrative: the shellfish surveys and the overlays. I took out some of the numbers because they were confusing, and I summed it up by saying that the overlays confirm that the same species of shellfish exist both above and below mean low water. And I feel, in my opinion, the reason they do that is because where we want to dredge in the intertidal area is sand, and it doesn't turn to muck until you get further out. So the area where these shellfish live, above and below, we're not actually changing that habitat, except it'll be flooded, but the sediment won't change because we're in a good sandy sediment material. Pam, of course, will speak to that in much more detail, and I'll leave that alone. The pier sits 40 feet less into the harbor than the adjacent docks on either side. Waterways approved this plan on December 19th. Now, between the first filing, or the withdrawal, and now, what you don't know is we went back to Waterways 3 more times. In no case did they approve a design where the float was further seaward from where it is now. They just wouldn't. We tried different arrangements. We turned the float, brought it out a little bit. All of them were still under 100 cubic yards, obviously, because it gets less as you move out. The shellfish portion of it, they'd never had a problem with it, but the harbor master would not approve any project more seaward than what we have now. And if we go further seaward, we're into the 65-foot setback, so we didn't feel that that was appropriate, not for us anyway, to propose that. So we're limited by how far we can go out by two different factors, at least in the eyes of the regulations. So the project as presented meets all of the state bylaws. There's no federal bylaws, but it meets all the state and local bylaws with the one exception of the variance that's required for new docks in a shellfish area, and I'll be more on that a little bit later. Dredging will improve the outer sediments by removing the muck and will not significantly impact the shallower sediments because the sand is being dredged with the same substrate above and below mean low water. Let's see. Okay, so the shellfish area, one of the shellfish areas in Wichmere Harbor that is seeded is this area up around this corner here. And according to Hines, he told me he seeds between mean high and mean low water, and that area on AutoCAD, roughly, is 30,000 square feet. We ran calculations about the standard form of mitigation, and that mitigation with only a 10% survival rate is enough seed to successfully plant or migrate 105,000 square feet. That's 3.5 times what's there now, and 87 times more than the project area, the project is designed. Okay, and then in the narrative, there were a lot of alternatives in the narrative. I tried to go through all the alternatives that we tried with waterways as well, so there's like 8 different alternatives. So you're trying to give you an idea of how we got to this point and why we're where we are. So there's 8 options in the alternatives in addition to the option that's proposed before you tonight. In addition to the narrative is, I went through and I looked at recent projects in Witchmere Harbor. Some of this information has been previously presented, and that's the summary. You have 2 packets of information. You've got the notice of intent, and you have a supplemental packet, as I call it. Excuse me. So the summary here, the way the color coding works, and you have a copy of this in the filing, it's interesting to note. So this is 1971, and this is the subject site right here. Still a fair amount of boats back then, for that long time ago. Those are represented by all the purple lines around the harbor. 2003, which we believe is when the bylaw was created for the shellfish designated areas. In 2003, there were 15 docks. Did I say 15? And two more showed up in that area up here. And then in 2018, I'm sorry, the area was taken in August of 2003. So everything that's in the water should be in the water. This aerial here is taken in October of 2018. And everything's still in the water. It looks like a few moorings, probably, they put their boats away or whatever. But the point being that between 2003 and 2018, there were 4 more docks here. And of course, these 2, I'm sorry, this was a new one, but that's not in an area, that's not in a shellfish area designated by the town. And then you guys are aware of the Skipper's project, but that was existing. Recent dredging projects, also discussed in the supplemental information packet, and I included Witchmere and Allen's Harbor. So the point there being, what I tried to do is I'm trying to supply you with the information of the historic data. I'm not necessarily, the only conclusion I'm drawing is that between Witchmere, Allen Harbor, and Herring River, based on just Google Earth research from in August of 2003 to October of 2018, 11 docks 11 new docks show up in that area, all in the time of this bylaw that says no new docks are allowed in areas designated by the town as shellfish. But 11 of them have creeped up over the years, and with one more, as you know, recently approved in the Herring River. And all of those, with the exception of this new dock, are in designated shellfish areas by the town. And we also talked previously about the Helfrich property, I'm sorry, right here, the Helfrich property. That project is probably the most similar to this one. And to sum that up, there's been many iterations on the project, but in 2012, he was approved for dredging of 90 cubic yards. That was below mean low water, and then they reconfigured the floats and ramps and extending ramps and all that stuff. In 2015, there was another plan and a license and an as-built plan that shows mean low water. Well, initially it was 39 feet from the bulkhead in 2012. In 2015, it was 22 feet from the bulkhead, so that's a 17-foot landward encroachment. The only way you can do that is to dredge above mean low water. And that area over there was pretty sandy as well. I'm familiar with the site. It was definitely an area designated shellfish by the town, definitely dredged above mean low water. So it's fairly similar to this project. I will say that our project as proposed moves mean low water landward 12.5 feet, so not as much as a previously approved project. Sequatucket Harbor remains unchanged. So in Witchmere, we had 4 new docks from 2003 to 2018, 3 in shellfish areas. Sequatucket remains unchanged. Allen Harbor and the creek, about 3 docks added since 2003, all in shellfish areas. In Herring River, about 4 docks added between 2003 and 2018, and 1 more recently approved. So that would be a total of 5. I'm not really sure why the bylaw happened. I wasn't around, or I was doing this, but I don't remember it. It seems to me like it was an attempt at a moratorium. I don't know. But it was written into the bylaws, but it's clear that at least 11 docks have appeared since that bylaw was developed, all in shellfish areas. The project in Herring River that was recently approved did not include dredging, you know that. It was an area significant to shellfish with a similar density to this project. So I'm just pointing out similarities here. We have a letter from your Director of Natural Resources approving the project and stating that he didn't have any concerns with the project as proposed. And you've heard him speak at a previous project in regards to similar issues. Amy and I talked briefly about the 65-foot setback. So traditionally or historically, we've always had the setback to floats. I get that, and we want to be consistent. All I want to do, I'm going to be throwing a couple of ideas out to you as I go along here, but what I want to point out is that 65 feet, so 65 feet is from this point of the dock, and 65 feet is this point of the float. We're well inland of these points. So obviously, this dock is much further than 65 feet away from here, and it's a little bit further than 65 feet from here. And I'm only pointing it out because that's just the way the numbers work out. If we want to be consistent, the 65-foot setback would be from in my opinion, from the corner of this dock and the corner of this float.
Yep.
If you saw fit, you could do it from the docks because and the point being would be because we're inland of those, landward of those docks and floats and not seaward. Let's see. So Division of Marine Fisheries comments. I went through it, and I kind of had a little bit of an epiphany as I went through it, and I said, you know, normally we always address Division of Marine Fisheries comments. They are important. They don't come to the site. It's basically a review of the project from their desk. So sometimes they're not, some of their comments sometimes may not be as accurate as they could be. When I looked at this, I said, you know, they have a point. In my opinion, the most environmentally responsible project would be to put the dock at the 80 feet out, have no dredging, and have no dredging at all. But between the harbor master and the local bylaws, they don't allow us to do that. And that's why we're where we're at now. That's why you have this project posed before you. We could certainly move the dock out if you wanted us to. We could move it out to the 80 feet. Right at 80 feet, you have 2.5 feet of water. I mean, it's like this. So right at 80 feet, you have 2.5 feet of water. You wouldn't have quite the separation that you wanted. But that would eliminate the dredging completely. So that's, I'll throw that out there, that's a possibility. It's just in an instance where Division of Marine Fisheries doesn't particularly like this project. The alternative that they suggest actually is doable and It's a lot less work. It's more dock, it's more structure, but no dredging. So again, just throwing that out there for your consideration. The other thing was, and you'll hopefully never call me a hypocrite. So the last project in Herring River, I said, if this is the new standard, then this is what we should follow. And that standard for that project was a monopile design. So in the narrative, I specifically addressed that. So does a monopile design have perceived less impacts because there's less pilings? Perhaps. I didn't choose it for this project. We could. So that's another thing on the table, that we could do that if you felt that that was necessary. But I didn't choose it specifically because Richmond Harbor is really historic. It's the most photographed harbor on the Cape. Everybody takes pictures from up on the hill when they get married. And I just felt, in my own opinion, that a monopile pier here aesthetically, strictly aesthetically, doesn't fit. But again, if you thought that that was what would put you over the edge to approve the project, we're happy to do it. I'm just explaining the reason why I didn't go with that option for this particular design in this particular location. I think anywhere else in town, I'd more than happy to do a monopile design. So Division Marine Fisheries had the same comments that they've had previously. They had two extras. They questioned why we were dredging from 2.5 to 3 feet, and that was because to lessen the perceived impacts to shellfish by providing even more clearance under the float. And we could do that and still stay under the 100 cubic yards, so we don't need a water quality certificate, and by minimizing the dredge area, we're as far away from the edge of the marsh as possible. What was the other one here? Same as the fifth one. No, I'm sorry. The second one is in addition. Yeah, it asked the question why we dredged 2.5, 3 feet. Okay, I'm sorry, I got that. The third recommendation, requests that all intertidal dredging be avoided or minimized. As previously described, this option was considered, but local regulations and authorities have not supported it. The applicant is still open to moving the float seaward, reducing or eliminating intertidal dredging. That's my comments to the Division Marine comments in a nutshell. We did get an SE number, okay?
The last minute today.
Very last minute, yeah. Okay, I'm getting close. Okay, so in the request for the variance request, I noted, what I tried to do again was give you enough information of historic projects to let you know that this project isn't anything new. We're not setting a precedent by approving it, because there's been many projects like it approved in the town. In my opinion, it would almost set a precedent if it was denied, because it's a lot like other projects. Don't agree with me there, but it's my opinion. Let's see. Okay, and then as far as the variance goes, I'm not going to say it as eloquently as your commissioner stated in October, but basically the variance, to grant the variance or to not grant it, there has to be some basis or data to support whether or not there's an impact to shellfish relating directly to docks sited in a shellfish area. I'm going to really paraphrase because I don't remember the exact words, but from what I gained from that conversation was that commissions have a tough time because we don't have that data. So they have a tough time to support that statement to overturn that variance. Last thing I want to say, I guess, is that there was a variance, well, I don't know if it was, okay, I'm talking about this dock north of the fish pier.
Maher.
Huh?
Maher.
Maher.
Okay, so, and I don't know if I'm going to get this right, so feel free to jump in, okay? But that dock, my understanding was it went under appeal, and the project that came out of it via DEP was a longer dock. Now, I don't remember, did it go out 80 feet and they made it go out longer to avoid dredging, or did it include
Correct.
dredging?
It did not include dredging. It went out to 86 feet to eliminate dredging because it was found to be in a significant shellfish
Right.
area based on survey of, and that's not surprising because it gets seeded
It
there.
gets seeded
Right.
there, right?
But, I mean, it was a little controversial at the Chapter 91 level when dealing with, you know, the commercial boats having to navigate in there as a result of a longer dock.
Yeah.
So the commission, had denied it. It went to court. And instead of settling in court, we actually negotiated outside of court to find something that we could hopefully all live with.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just throwing it out there that we want to work with you guys at this level, okay? We really do. We've done an awful lot of work to get to this point. I think you would agree. I've tried to provide you with the data to help you make the decisions that we want you to make, obviously. And my fear would be that if DEP got a hold of this, they might end up with the dock further out. And that's not gonna work for the town. So we wanna work with you guys. With that, I think I'll close my presentation. Pam probably has a few words to say.
I'll just say that I was brought into my name is Pamela Newbert. I have a PhD in marine science. I'm a benthic biodiversity specialist. I am a shellfish biologist, and I've worked in and around Witchmere Harbor, Allen's Harbor, Sagutucket for years. I think my first pier assessment in Witchmere was Mr. Barry's pier up in the corner, and then I worked with Mr. Helfrich and other clients on the west side as well as clients on the east side. I did a survey for the marina as well as the boatyard across the way. So I'm very familiar with the shellfish and the conditions of Witchmere Harbor. And there was a shellfish survey that was performed prior to my group's shellfish survey, and we were hired to verify their findings. And so we did a shellfish survey in the area of the proposed pier and float. And this is a markup of the shellfish. The majority of the shellfish found in the area were cohogs previous to the study that we did, and we found the same results. I'm not going to say anything more than we found shellfish. What was found here was shellfish. We found soft shells. We found cohogs, or mercenaria, which are cohogs, little necks, and cherry stones, pardon me, different sizes. And we found some oysters, and oysters are common, particularly across, I remember finding them where Mr. Helfrich's pier is located currently now. So yes, there are shellfish there, but when we looked at the dock directly adjacent, there's shellfish there, and I'm a firm believer that if docks are designed correctly and appropriately, shellfish and docks can coexist. And I'm not opposed to dredging. This harbor's been dredged before. It needs to be dredged in certain, there are parts of it that have been dredged in the past. And I think that by removing some of the anoxic mud that, as you get into the deeper waters, everybody here knows that the mud turns black and it's anoxic. Removing that improves the water quality in the harbor, which is better for shellfish. And I think that, again, and I'll say that, and I've said this before here, I think that the improvements that this town is doing for water quality are affecting the shellfish populations, and we have better seeding habitat, and we're seeing the seed that comes from the shellfish that come from the seeded area are migrating through the water column in Witchmere, and they're populating the beach and the intertidal and if they're oysters, they're on the intertidal. If they're cohogs, they're more in the subtidal. Soft shells more in the intertidal as well. So the program of seeding is working, the water quality is improving, and that's all a good thing, but putting in this pier is not going to significantly, in my opinion, will not significantly affect the shellfish population in Witchmere Harbor.
I'll add that this is the last, the homeowner is it's the last pier that, and this, it's my understanding, now, I'm not a historian, but it's my understanding that this area was dredged, the channel was dredged to allow homeowners around the pond, which was a kettle pond, to have access to the waterfront, to put their docks in so that they could put their boats, as well as more boats, so that they could access and come in and out of Witchmere Harbor. That was the general reason why the channel was created. Originally, it was a closed system and a kettle pond.
And historically, there was a dock at this site, 1949, I think. The pictures are
Not
in
an
the,
historian,
the pictures are in the file.
yeah. But, so I'll keep it short, and I'm happy to be here and answer questions as you have them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have a summary for us, Amy?
A lot to summarize without being too repetitive. So I guess I'm not going to summarize so much as tell you that so when I got the report from Mark, and especially like looking at other docs and kind of using them as a comparison tool, I went back into the files. I just finished at like 6 o'clock today. Well, it's okay.
Sorry.
It's my job. It's my job. I took it home. I took a little bit home with me and took the dog for a walk, then went back to it. But I went back and I looked at the numbers, and first of all, I just want to, state that on the commission level, we don't set precedent. Obviously, everybody makes comparisons, but precedent is really set at the Superior Court level. But doing comparisons can be helpful sometimes. So I looked, I didn't look at the one in Allen's Harbor. I thought, all the ones that you've alluded to, especially on Winchmere, the Barry property, Hennessy, and Helfrich, they all are in mapped shellfish habitat. I don't think anybody ever disputed that they were in mapped shellfish habitat. At the time when the commission heard them, it really came down to whether the commission felt they were significant shellfish habitat. So when I kind of looked at the differences too, this one is proposing dredging. We could get to adequate depth at 80 feet without dredging. That would open up a lot of potentially cans of worms with harbor and distances from other docks. So there's that to consider too. But so for instance, Barry, which is the big, if you wouldn't mind pointing to Barry so they all know where it is, that would be helpful.
Which one is that?
The one with the pool at the top
yeah.
corner
Yeah,
there.
that one. Yep.
That one was approved, it was prior to my time here, but just prior. And they did dredge. It was a dredging permit, actually. And they did 92 stations. They found 26 quahogs, 14 of the stations. I'm just doing this to compare. So when you look at Hennessy, which is just to the left of the town property, that was more recent. That was 2014. Some of you were here with me. They did a lot of dredging here. They did 215 cubic yards of dredging. Because they did over 100 cubic yards of dredging, they had the mandatory requirement of being over 25 feet from a salt marsh. That's something I'll get back to in a minute. They did 132 stations and found 27 quahogs, no other shellfish. I think Pam did the study on that one. It was really almost right up to the shoreline, black anoxic mud.
Yes.
It really didn't have much of a coastal beach potential shellfish habitat to it.
I remember.
Yeah. And Helfrich. So I looked at a couple of the Helfrich files, and the most recent, was that there were 9 oysters found in one of the surveys, and then in another of the surveys, 2 soft shells and 2 quahogs. So where I'm kind of going with this is in the surveys here, which there have been numerous, so it was kind of hard to quantify how many exactly shellfish there are. There are more shellfish and a more variety of types of shellfish in this. There's soft shells, quahogs, and oysters found here. So I had a bit of a problem with figuring out the exact number of plots that were done, and because what was stated in the summary seemed a little bit different at times.
That's why I took those things out. They
Yeah,
started to get
I
too
think I got
confusing.
all wound up, but
Just all
the
agree that they're
numbers.
shellfish.
The basic story is, we don't know what significant is. There is no definition for significant. But if you compare it to others, there are more shellfish. The density is higher of shellfish found based on other ones that were alluded to in the application. My other concern is that so the threshold for having to stay 25 feet off the salt marsh is that 100 cubic yards of dredging. You're really, really close to that. If you do end up doing your 100, your 1 foot over dredge, you could be over that, even though regulatorily you don't have to be 25 feet away. It would be ideal to protect edge of salt marsh, because dredging can cause slumping into salt marsh. It's 17 feet.
Okay, so we're close.
Yeah, I'm just saying, in an ideal world, staying 25 feet away from salt marsh with dredging is ideal, because then if you box dredge, you don't get any slumping or negative impact to the marsh.
Maybe to be clear, that's not our regulation, right?
It is not. It's a 401 water quality regulation. It's something maybe we should talk about in the future, because I think it's a good practice to stay away from marsh. So, kind of in summation, we all knew it's a difficult project. If you go out farther, you don't have to dredge. There were some shellfish found in the dredge area. If you go out farther, you don't have to dredge. You have a few more piles, but you're sticking into navigation, which is also our purview, which we know that John and I'm sure Waterways doesn't want. If you stay in closer, you have to dredge. The monopile, just if you were to see, if you would like to approve this project, I would recommend the monopile. I know it's not aesthetically pleasing. Aesthetics, or in terms of the rest of the harbor, aesthetics are in our purview. We look for the least impactful project. So if anybody was interested, if we go in that direction, then that's what I would recommend. It's less impactful. But right now, I can't say that and I appreciate the work you did on this property to the south to look at shellfish population around those piles there. I tried to find all these studies about, actual scientific studies. I tried to find one way or the other, and it's surprisingly slim with what's there. I mean, I would love to, you've offered in the past, I would love to actually study it and really have something that other people can lean back on. But I can't say based on, I do think this project is different than the others. And I can't definitively say it's not going to have an adverse impact to shellfish or salt marsh.
Thank you, Amy. So this one was before us about a year ago, and ended up with a vote 2 for, 2 against.
Yeah, it was a draw.
So, but now we have a full contingent of
Yes.
members, so we can go around and ask questions and give comments. I think we had 3 hearings last time on the project.
Something like that. We had several.
Yeah, we
think
had
so.
3 hearings, so I myself don't have as many questions as I did before, but I think we should all go around and ask the questions that we have. So, John, do you want to start?
Well, it seems like a difficult project to approve to me. Department of Marine Fisheries does not seem to be in favor of this, even though they didn't say that in quite so many words. And it's as evidenced by the fact that you've considered how many alternatives, and none of the alternatives are free of conflicts and problems. And you've settled on yet a different alternative this time, and because other departments don't want to approve some of the other alternatives for their own good reasons. And I guess it isn't a question, it's a comment. I guess I don't have other questions, but I have other comments, I guess, which is I'm not so much in favor of considering the history, and I think we have to take this project on its merits, given the current circumstances in Witchmere Harbor. And, you know, it is another incursion into protected habitat. Whatever the details and nuances of the legal considerations, the regulatory considerations, we have to regard it as another incursion into sensitive habitat. And for that reason, I consider it to be a difficult project to approve.
Okay. Can I ask a question? The improvements over the last time we were here, as far as moving it away from the marsh, eliminating the structure that was in the marsh, the walkway, those improvements that I listed, do those have any, do those help?
It's incremental, I guess.
Okay.
May I ask a question? I think that, and you can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I'm curious to know about the seeding program that Heinz is doing. I don't remember the areas where we did our shellfish surveys near Barry and Hennessy. Or actually, it doesn't matter, because the increased amount of shellfish seeding that I think has happened since those projects took place is increasing the densities of the shellfish throughout, and it may be, I don't know if you've looked there, but if you go to to the Hennessy project, there's probably more shellfish there than there were when we did the study, because there's now seeding there. And so I think it might be a little bit biased to compare what the densities were at those piers when we did them so many years ago, and to what's there now because of the improvements in the shellfish.
We don't propagate all types of shellfish. I couldn't, we'd have to talk with Heinz, but I know we don't propagate all types of shellfish that were found.
I can give you a summary. We do not propagate soft-shell clams.
Okay.
And so that's a species that's independent of that, and they are growing at that place. As far as quahogs, my feeling is we've never been at a lower point with or without propagation. So the status of the quahog population in Witchmere Harbor is as low as it's been in my experience. What has improved is oysters, and I think that's directly related to propagation. But, so, soft-shell clams are independent of any seeding that's been done, and oysters, for whatever reason, are not keeping pace.
You mean quahogs?
Oh, sorry, quahogs.
So
Yeah,
quahogs.
quahogs. Paul, any thoughts?
I just have a couple of comments. I wasn't here when those other projects were approved. I don't know why they were approved or how they got approved. And going back to the one in Herring River, I don't think that's fair assessment for you to, if I was here, I would have been on record voting against it. It's a tough project, and I understand how people would love to have their docks and access to their boats, but what I read from the department in the letter was pretty straightforward. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Okay.
I have nothing to say.
Say again?
Nothing to say at this time.
Okay.
Attorney Carroll?
Looking at this diagram, around the northeast quadrant, you've got lines. What are those lines representing?
But these lines?
Yes.
According to the color code here, so any of the purple lines.
No, these are greenish, if I can see.
The hash line.
Oh, this
the
hash?
seeded area.
Yes.
That's where Heinz said that he seeds currently in Witchmere Harbor.
Those are the seeded areas.
Yeah, from here all the way around to here, between mean high and mean low, and I'm going to say roughly 30,000 square feet.
Okay, So he does not seed in front of the Novaks?
No, he does not.
And I wonder why. We don't know.
I don't know. He said it, he did state that in his letter, but he didn't say why.
Okay.
I could guess that access is not as good. You have to hop off a bulkhead. And this area here really caters towards an older demographic. Folks can easily park in the parking lot and walk out to the north along that flat. And so it's really a nice place for people to go to easily grab shellfish, oysters that are right there, just pick them up. I think that you'd have to hop off a, it's not a difficult hop, but I don't think it's for the average person to hop down there and grab shellfish. Some people do.
You mean you think it's difficult to get from the public parking lot to just south of the public parking lot?
Yeah, this is all bulkheaded here.
Yeah.
Shell fishermen.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here,
In
it's,
front of Scarborough's, it's bulkhead?
Yep.
yes.
Yep, some people do.
Yeah.
But it's so easy just to pop up there, and there's oysters to be just picked off the intertidal habitat. They're just
Okay.
It's about, I think it's a step over, or maybe one or two steps down from the parking lot here.
Yeah, I know.
Much more here, and then this is private property, which it comes right up to it.
The bulkhead is the problem.
The bulkhead right here, right.
Mm-hmm.
It's open here, but there's no way to get there.
Okay. Now, a question, you want, in your dredging, you want to take some of the coastal beach and turn it into land under ocean?
Right. That's the only way you can get the depth where we need to get it.
That doesn't sit too well with me. But then, if you're dredging an intertidal area, aren't you then actually decreasing the area of a shellfish bed?
No, because shellfish live above and below mean low water, and the survey, this particular survey in this particular site proves that the same species and in nearly the same densities exist both above and below mean low water. So in my opinion, if we're changing a certain part of it from coastal beach to land under ocean, it's like they already live there. There's no, I can't find where there's a discrepancy between what lives above the tide and what lives below, so therefore changing it should have no impact to them for this site.
Yeah, it does seem to me that you're changing a coastal beach though, and
We are, the 228 square feet of coastal
Yeah.
beach would be converted to land under ocean, correct?
now, you talked about dredging and, Pamela talked about the muck.
Yeah, the black.
But you're not dredging out into the muck, are you? You're you're dredging in the nice sandy area.
Yeah,
You're not dredging it, where
I
does?
can't say exactly where it turns into muck. I know out, well, no, actually we are, because we do what's called daylighting out. So at -3, you go level until the grade meets -3. And I know at 80 feet out and 2.5 feet of water, you're in the muck. There's a, generally along the shoreline of Richmond Harbor, not everywhere. Like, I think it's shallower here. But anyway, for this particular shoreline here, you go out, like a lot of them, you go out 30, 40, 50 feet, and then there's a steep drop-off. I was the one who did the survey at the site, so I remember with the rod, and I was out where these moorings are, was like 8 feet deep to a very soft bottom.
But you're not going that far.
How far is that beyond the footprint?
Oh, it's,
20 feet. It goes in Oxic from mean high,
okay.
according
In-
to Pam's survey.
Okay. So in Pam's survey, she says that approximately 15 feet from the mean high water mark, the substrate changed from coarse to medium sand, and then 20 feet to anoxic black sediment.
So 40 feet from mean high water, that's the
That's
sediment.
pretty standard in the pond, is,
40 feet?
I don't think that
Well, your
occurs there.
shellfish survey shows kind of it better.
I mean, there's still shellfish there, but the
Right.
sediment becomes
I mean,
black and muddy.
distance-wise.
So 40 feet from mean high water, it becomes black and muddy.
Yes.
I'd like to
No,
confirm
40.
that in the field.
The report says 20.
Okay, so 40 feet
20
from
plus
mean high
20,
water
right?
is the end of the mean.
Let me see.
I think he needs to speak up the mic if he's gonna talk.
Okay?
No,
What's that?
we couldn't understand you.
40 feet from mean high water
Yeah.
is right where the outer piling is.
Right.
So from there out, it's muck.
15 feet from the mean high water mark. actually changed the course to medium state.
So
and
you're
home.
dredging within the other side of that?
Yeah, we're dredging all the way out to here, so this is all marked.
So full,
With a transition area of 10 or 15 feet, right, or 10 feet, and then 15, first 15 feet past mean high is the sandier soil. Fair to say?
is the mean high water mark presently with a stake?
Yeah, mean high water's right here.
Okay.
I think that's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. Dan, any comments?
I'm not sure. I guess one of the things, I guess, goes back to what Paula said. I don't know anything about all of these other docks that you talked about, other than the one you just kept alluding to at Herring River, which one of the biggest things about that one was there was no dredging, which I think originally one of your first versions was going to dredge.
It was.
And we went through 3 iterations on that, and it finally came up to the monopile. And I think, rightly or wrongly, I ended up changing my mind on that one because of the monopile, because of there's really no good information that we keep alluding to as to what the impact, long-term impact on any of this stuff is.
Yep.
And I think when that one was finally voted on, I thought we had the opportunity that there were going to be some long-term measurements to see if there is, to determine any impact.
Correct.
Which we don't have at this point.
Right,
There was
it's a little new.
There was a condition in the order to resurvey the area a year
Right,
afterwards. and
so
that-
we're not at that point. So and again, so we're still talking about opinions at this point as to is there or is there not an impact from any of this stuff? And again, where we're talking about, and again, as Paula says, each one stands on its own. There was no dredging there. We thought there was a different, going back to the monopile, to potentially something that would be less impactful. And again, what we're just talking about here, dredging in the sand, I have, versus the muck. I can't understand that part of it as far as going away from, creating more land underwater here. And I guess that's what I'm gonna end at this point.
Thanks, Dan. Jim?
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm still not in support of this project. As far as our shellfish bylaw, just clearly states that there shall be no new docks in significant shellfish habitat, which by your own admission, it's very healthy, significant shellfish habitat.
There's shellfish, yes.
You wouldn't
I
call it
wouldn't say that,
significant?
I wouldn't, I don't know how to label something as significant. It's not a scientific word,
It's not
but
a
there's shellfish
legal
present.
term, yeah.
But there's shellfish present at the
Yeah.
other docks as well. And
Yeah.
you have a whole area that's seeded for shellfish that is used for harvesting with the docks present. And again, I've done docks and pier surveys throughout Cape Cod, and I see that docks and shellfish can coexist if they're built in the same, in a right kind of way. And we're trying to get to that.
Well, in my opinion, it could reasonably be concluded that it's significant shellfish habitat. But I do see 2 impacts, 2 negative impacts. One is just the impact of accessibility to commercial and recreational interest in harvesting shellfish. There's a certain area that's just no longer accessible. And we have closures now. Hopefully, water quality improvements, there won't be closures in the summer. So a permanent adverse impact to that accessibility interest. The other impact I see is the cumulative impact of docks and boats on shellfish habitat, which is maybe relatively small for each dock, but multiply it by 100, exhaust, anti-fouling paint, oil leaking, cleaning products, prop wash. There's some impact, there's some pollution and some disturbance, and those are the two impacts that I see.
This is the last, this would be the last pier possible.
Well, I don't think the reasoning that habitat is degraded is a good reason to degrade it further.
But habitat seems to be improving with the docks present. So we agree to disagree.
I don't think there's any evidence that habitat's improving.
Would it,
Can I make one comment, Glenwood? Just on significant shellfish habitat, it's not in your regs. There's no definition of significance. The only variance we need, just like every one of the other docks that you've approved to this commission, which is a precedent, and it is, legally and judicially, is that you're in this historically, mapped area that was done basically by the former shellfish people in town, which we know are arbitrary and generic at best. And so we know that these areas have shellfish, but this commission has approved any number of projects that are in this area. They have.
Excuse me, I did not.
It doesn't matter, ma'am.
I'm not a part of
You
that.
actually should be at the microphone. He can't pick you up.
Oh,
So it won't be
sorry.
on the tape.
So, it does matter, ma'am. It may not matter to you in your personal vote, but it does matter legally and judicially, and if this were to go to court, it does matter. So that's just the law. The reality is that also in the case law that Mrs. O'Leary focused on in Turner, focused on the cumulative impacts. And it showed if there's no evidence and there's no proof, and there is no proof that there are cumulative impacts here, and there's surely nothing in the record here to show that whatsoever, the case law in Barnstable Superior shows that that's not a denial reason by a conservation commission. The only reason we're going with a shorter dock here is because the town has allowed moorings to be placed basically in the water sheet directly in front of this one last remaining property owner's water sheet. We could easily go out and eliminate the dredging, and maybe we'll just go for that, and you can approve that or deny it, and then we eliminate the dredging, and that's not an issue. But again, also the case law that we pointed out and Mrs. O'Leary pointed to, it's about the bridging over shellfish. The primary shellfish that we find here are where the viable habitat is, the viable sediment. And the viable sediment here, like in so many of these situations, including Turner, was the intertidal and intersubtidal area where we have the oysters and we have the soft shells. The surveys, both surveys show not significant numbers, which is undefined, not a lot of quahogs. And so if we're bridging over the salt marsh, we have no pilings in the salt marsh, so there is no impacts to salt marsh whatsoever, and we're bridging over with several pilings, including possibly even monopiles, over this narrow intertidal zone. The case law that exists shows that those are not reasons to deny the project, and that's why maybe with a monopile, a majority of the commission came around to Turner. Turner is on point, and this commission approved that, and it would be reviewed judicially and would be reviewed that way. The DEP is going to approve a dock at this project site. That's a certainty. Whether it's this project or it goes out a little bit more, they're going to approve a project. And so the question just is, can we work, as Mark suggested, with this commission to come up with a dock that everyone is comfortable with, and maybe that's not dredging, to avoid a case in Superior Court over it. That's what we're trying to do. Unfortunately, Waterways, for some reason, doesn't want to move a couple of moorings that could easily, in any other town, and I've done hundreds of docks, these moorings could be moved extremely easily. This isn't our client's fault. It's the hardship that he's faced with which is the variance test. Is there a hardship at this specific site? And there is. He didn't create it. The town's created the hardship, and now the waterway says, oh, you can't move a couple of pilings. I've never seen a harbor master not be able to move a couple of moorings. So, you know, the points you're raising have already been reviewed and decided. It isn't about cumulative impacts because there's no proof of them. It isn't about pilings because there's no evidence in the literature, as your agent already suggested, and as I said in Turner, there is no literature to be found that docks have adverse impacts on shellfish, and including our data shows that the adjacent dock has significant shellfish at it. So there's nothing in the record that you have to deny this project or one if we went out further. So, I would encourage you to continue to think about these issues. Maybe we just need to go out deeper, eliminate the dredging idea. And, waterways is only advisory. You don't need a permit from the Waterways Committee. It's just an advisory group, and that's it. You don't have to listen to them, and we don't even need to go to them. So, that's just the reality of where this is. There will be a dock approved at this site by DEP. And so the question just is, can we reach a design that the commission can live with that's acceptable for the last remaining parcel in this entire harbor? That's the reality.
All right, thank you for those comments. I'll weigh in, might as well. So I continue to not support this project for the reasons stated last time. It is relatively high densities of shellfish at these plots. It is relatively high frequency of occurrence. I won't use the word significant because it's not defined, but relative to the other projects, there are high numbers of shellfish, 3 species of shellfish here, so I don't believe that it should get a variance under our regulations. And then further, it has to dredge to be allowed, and so you're going to take functional habitat right now for shellfish and vertebrates and change it to something else, and then mitigate for that change. I don't believe that's something that should be supported by our regulations as well. So my feelings haven't changed on this project.
How would you feel if the dock went out the full 80 feet and then we eliminated the dredging?
That would take care of one of the 2 major concerns that I have. I have
Okay.
2 major concerns. I've been involved in a lot of these approvals. I did not support most of them. Mahar, it's amazing that was approved given the density of shellfish in that habitat. If there's been very low shellfish, I voted for a few projects. So really, that concern doesn't go away, but if the dock goes out so far there is no dredging, then you're not altering existing functional habitat. So something I'm going to do is go out in the field and check the location of the fine sediments. I feel like it's further than 40 feet from mean high water, so I'd like to do that. Maybe a group of us can go out and do that. So that's one thing. Just put some boots on and get a tape measure.
In February.
Yeah. So that's one thing I would like to do, unless, you would like to have a vote tonight, or if you want to move this along.
No, we're happy to wait. I would like to get a read from the commission to say, what if we ditch the dredging, no pun intended, and go out the 80 feet? We do need another variance because of the 65-foot, but as I've pointed out, it depends on where you want to take that from. But, I went through that. But we would need one more variance, and that's the only reason why we're where we are. And then, the harbor master, yeah, it's chicken and the egg. I firmly believe that the only reason those moorings are there is because there's no dock at this site. You can see the racetrack around the outside where everybody has a dock. There's not as many. And I know in these projects, we wanted to keep 55 feet away, to be able to approve them. So we did have that lane around the outside. And when the wind swings a certain direction, you've got lanes, however the moorings line up, to get out. The Tyrone is 70 feet and he makes it out, which is amazing to me, but I wouldn't have me behind the wheel of that boat.
He doesn't always make it out.
But certainly, not always?
No, he does not.
Uh-oh. Well, okay, and these 2 are really small boats. They can fit darn near anywhere. So as I said, we're happy to do that.
Can I ask what month this picture was taken?
That was in October of 2018.
October.
If you go to Google Earth, that's the latest one that comes up.
Probably, just before Columbus Day, when people, pull their boats.
So if the commission really would like to see that proposal, we're happy to prepare it. I just, didn't- I, wa- you guys know me. I try to look at the available options and come up with a project that makes the least amount of, most people happy, And, but I agree with Division of Marine Fisheries on this point, that the most environmentally responsible way to put a dock here would be to put it the 80 feet out. I agree. We're not offered that alternative. You guys could offer us that alternative, and I would like to know how you feel about that, because we're happy to come back with that plan.
Stan?
You had said two concerns. What was your second?
Two concerns are the alteration of the existing
Right,
functional habitat through dredging. The second one is the high density, relatively high density and frequency of shellfish. So those two things I don't see as warranting a variance under our regulations.
I have
So-
a question too. If we were to approve a docket of 80 feet, who would grant the variance? Who?
We do.
We do?
They are advisory to us, and we really try to respect their thoughts on, and their decisions on navigation. So, I mean, we haven't always agreed, and it's not always, it's not always amicable. We are, in our regulations, water-dependent structures regulations and bylaw, it is our jurisdiction for navigation. So it would be a variance, it would still be a variance for us for distance to adjacent structures. I guess if you were to go out to 80 feet, would be, I don't know what that variance, what that variance would be. If you were to go out to 80 feet, instead of 65 feet, what would it be? We don't know that off the top of our heads.
Well, if we stayed, in the past, we worked with 55 feet against the variance, and that,
Right.
sorry.
Do-
that
if
was
you
done
want
for
this, you
these-
can-
That was done for these guys right here, because they're
Oh, you have a
55
scale.
feet. And they were a hardship because they allowed these two docks to go in.
Correct.
So
They
that float is
couldn't meet it on that end, I remember.
Right, so that floats 55 feet dead center
Yep.
from edge of float to edge of float on both of the properties.
Yep.
And 55 feet from moorings. And I do carry all this knowledge forward to try to make a better project or know what options exist.
Mhm.
So here, 65 feet, I'll try to stay close to the mic, 65 feet is from here. So this L is what creates the condition where these two circles cross. Now, where they cross is only a matter of about 3 feet. If you were to go with the 55 foot, where we have a lane right up the middle, we can go out as far as we want. And that 55 feet would be consistent with other projects. So it's not much overlap. And that's the reason why the float is where it's at, but we don't have, again, 55 feet opens up a 20-foot wide lane here. 20 foot, 10 feet from either one opens up a lane to go right through.
So, just for my information, do waterways have any other problem with the 80 feet other than the two moorings? There isn't any other interference with navigation there, like large commercial vessels coming and going? It's just the moorings.
There was proximity to the moorings. There was comment about how boats transit to the town pier, because they come in up here and they go in, we got the slips on the other side. But even if we went out 80 feet, the 80-foot line, sorry, just a minute, is this line right here. Right out at the edge. That's why right at that edge, we're at 80 feet and 2.5 feet of water, right there. And that isn't appreciably further out. The boats,
Than the other docks.
one of the pictures in the filing, I think, shows a fishing boat transiting, and he's out in this area. He's not trying to, I don't think he was trying to squeeze into here and then come back out again. They come in around this area of the lake. Like, if I was a fishing boat, I'd come in here, and I go straight across over here. There's no reason for them to try to go like that. That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, so the hardship, basically because this dock's been there for quite a while, but, sorry?
No, that's me. I was just saying they can't because the moorings are there.
Right, so the moorings are
Can't
there
hear you,
only
Mark.
because there isn't a dock.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I also have a cold, so I'm not.
No, it's Mark, I think. You can't hear Mark, correct? When you, yeah. You can pull that over.
This, you can't really tell the waterway, the normal traffic pattern there. Mr. Novak, correct me if I'm wrong, but in that little, the southeast corner there, just south of your house, that's mostly Flying Scots that are moored there?
Mostly what?
Flying Scots?
No.
No?
I think there's a few power boats there.
There's a few power boats there too, but
These,
those are,
And a lot of, thanks, yeah, the hair shops, 20 and a half.
okay, so the boats generally go in between the two mooring fields.
somewhat, yeah, I would agree. I mean, there's a mooring right there, that little white dot, these are moorings, but it looks to be clear
Yes.
right here. And if I
That's
was a-
where the boats would generally, because there's a lot of just little traffic that comes in and circles around and goes out.
Yeah, and when all the boats face the same direction, that creates the lane that any of these people get from the inside out. But yeah, for here, they're gonna come around this way, they're not gonna try to bring a fishing boat through here, they're gonna come this way and they just come straight across. There's no reason for them to wanna go down in here. So John's concern was these moorings were too close, they're 40-something feet away. Right now, the closest, well, they had 47, they're over 50 feet away. And if we moved out to the 80 feet, of course, you know, this one becomes pretty close. But all these are tight. You know, we've dealt with 55 feet before. This one's 44, 33, 24 feet from mooring to mooring, 25 feet. And that's because these two boats are really tiny. But in essence, they can also fit any other little place around here. So I think there's plenty of wiggle room to make that work.
Can you get a dock out to the 40 feet without doing the dredging over the beach, without interfering with the coastal beach?
The only way to get the 2.5 feet of water where the float is now is to dredge. And the only way to eliminate dredging, to have 2.5 feet on the, well, by your bylaws, your bylaws don't talk about the landward side. But what I did state in the narrative was that, or in my Division of Marine Fisheries comments, was if we went out 80 feet, we have 2.5 feet right at 80 feet, it's all muck there. The landward side of the float would have, I think I said 1.7 or something like that, I forget. But that's not an area significant to shellfish. There was one plot in that area that had shellfish, so certainly way less dense. And then the dock and pier guidelines, what they say is 18 inches of clearance on the, under the float for an area that's not significant to shellfish, and they want 30 inches or 2.5 feet in an area that is significant. So if you were to say that that area is farther out is the muck and it's not significant to shellfish habitat, that's why you can eliminate the dredging, because we'd have the 18 inches on the landward side. And it would
Is
be,
that our regs?
sorry?
Is 18 inches our regulations?
No, that is the dock and pier guideline.
Right, so that doesn't count.
I understand, but that's why, if we just go by your regulation, then all we need is 2.5 feet on the seaward edge of the float, and it doesn't matter what's on the landward side. I'm just adding that we would be okay with the dock and pier guideline anyway. But your bylaws only state what's required on the seaward edge of the float. According to them, it could be aground at low tide on the landward edge. We don't want that, none of us want that.
According to them?
According to your bylaw,
Hold on.
if you had 2.5 feet, it doesn't say anything about a required depth on the landward edge of the float, from what I remember.
It's just a float.
But we try to accommodate the guidelines that we have.
I'm still not sure why you have to dredge part of the coastal beach.
Because
You can't get to 2.5 feet without it.
You can't. It just,
Here's mean high water.
There's a
just
reason why.
because of
Yeah.
the,
It might have been a dark one.
Here is
the
mean low
ratio.
water.
Yeah.
Okay,
Here is mean low water.
okay.
So in order to put the float where it is, we have to dredge underneath it, which is above mean low water. Only by 12 and a half feet, not as much as other projects, but it moves it at 12 and a half feet. That's where we're short. Now, if we move the float out to where the land edge was, maybe a foot or so to allow for a slope, then you could eliminate dredging in the intertidal, but that means we have to go out, which means we would need a variance from the 65-foot, and which means that your harbor master would not be happy. So, again, that option certainly exists, but we're where we are because,
Do you know how far you'd have to go out?
yeah,
Does it have to go to the 80?
no. But there would always be some dredging. It has to go to the 80 if you want to eliminate dredging. So, but anywhere between here and out to here, there is going to have to be some dredging. Now, we could reduce the dredging from 3 feet to 2.5, but I don't really agree with that because we want more clearance because it never gets deeper. So that's why we went to the 3. So yes, somewhere between mean low water out, you could put the float anywhere there. That would be on the drawing here, that would be anywhere, this line is mean low water, right here. So you could put the float anywhere from here out to here. In that lane, if you chose 55 foot, in that lane that would be clear, that would work too.
Amy, did you find that point in the regulations?
I did. It's in our regs. So even if you went out to 80 feet and the landward edge was less than 2.5 feet, it wouldn't meet. The commission shall deny a permit in any case where proposed structure or combination of structures, otherwise complying herewith, would not extend to a point where at mean low water, a water depth of at least 2.5 feet is maintained. It does not say anything about seaward. It just says where a proposed structure or a combination of structures.
It wouldn't make any sense to have it different because it'd be impactful.
It doesn't discriminate.
But it doesn't say, it also doesn't say, because the Daly project, which is just north of it's on Heron River, that was approved when I was an employee still. That one had 2.5 feet on the seaward edge, and that was the rule that we went by, because the bylaw didn't specify. It just says, it basically says at 80 feet, you have to have 2.5 feet. That's all it says.
I just know all the ones we've done in recent history have, since I've been here, have had 2.5 feet around. So I can't speak to those, but our regulation.
Well, if that was the case, then there would be no, if that was the case, if it was interpreted that way, then you wouldn't be able to, you'd have to dredge a couple of wheelbarrow loads at that point. You're just skimming, and it would all be the muck
But
and not.
it's different. It's not sand. It's not coastal beach. It's not
Right.
sandy sediment at that point. It's
So how would you like to move forward from here? You want to check back with the harbor master, or what would you like to do? We've
I
got
know what he's gonna say.
well. I was going to offer to maybe meet with John and Mark together, and I'd like to be part of the conversation.
Okay.
So I could be the commission, just so we can get all the points across. I'm more than happy to do that if they're willing to do that. Just sit down with John Rendon and Mark and whoever else wants to, but I was gonna have it be kind of informal, so it doesn't feel like, another hearing.
Yeah, Amy, I'd be interested to know how short this dock could be without dredging. Does it absolutely have to be 80 feet?
Without
Gonna be
dredging.
Longer, it'd have to be longer according to our regulations than
It'd
80
have to be
feet.
longer.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I mean without dredging that will impact, say,
Where the shellfish are,
or
Or the-
20 feet from shore.
where the majority of shellfish are.
Well, you can see from here and on there, there's shellfish all the way out with about 10 feet. That's the last plot right there that has shellfish. So, and then they have some right here. In that particular lane, you gotta assume if there's shellfish here, there's probably shellfish there. So you have to go out, you pretty much have to go out to the 80 feet before you get any substantial relief that you can be confident that less shellfish are in that area. And again, it's completely doable.
Don't have to impact the coastal beach, which really bothers me.
Okay, so you'd like to continue till when?
Audience comment?
Are there any audience comments?
Oh,
Yeah, we do have a butter.
sure, please.
I'm Lee Scarborough, and I own the property just to the north of the X. And just a few comments. As far as shell fishing, the seawall in front of our place there, actually, I don't know if it deters people, but we see quite a few people shell fishing, and they go quite a long a ways past up through in front of the Novaks and ours too. So we encourage them. We see them out there when it's legal. So that's a good thing. We like that. I'll say, as far as moving a mooring not being a big deal, you should probably talk to the harbor master and to the Dan, who runs the boatyard at Harwichport Boat Works, about how easy it is to move a mooring. You've got so many people in that harbor. They're all jammed in, and they're jammed in within an inch of themselves. And every year they have to shuffle, and they have to move moorings by minute amounts. So if they're objecting to moving the mooring, it's because they've got people screaming at them, hey, we got to have our boat, we've got a permit for a mooring, and now we don't have a place to put it. Well, yeah, there's a place to put it, but like I say, you're squeezing boats together, and the boatyard does the best they can. They allocate the moorings and their positions, but they have a hard time with it. That's my comments.
Thank you. That does bring up the concept of alternatives, and getting a mooring, sharing a space with a neighboring dock. Those are viable alternatives that can be explored if a dock is difficult to permit.
They did discuss in the alternatives analysis the sharing.
Our regs encourage it. Okay, so
From a legal standpoint, it's complicated at best. Neighbors get along, they have a shared dock, all of a sudden they sell the property, and then they don't get along, it's a sticky wicket. So
sure,
it's a great concept.
And
it's at will. It's
Yeah.
by permission.
I think
Ponds,
both
but not
docks on
coastal.
those sides have huge boats on them.
Say again?
I think both docks, Scarborough's you have a big sailboat. And the dock on the other side has,
Nothing now. It's Van Buren. It's
oh,
been
Van
empty for quite
Buren's
a while.
dock. It's the next one down that's got
That has
the,
the big,
Yeah, he
okay,
goes
so
thi-
Van Buren's has no.
He goes this way, though, he doesn't go that way. I guess that's a sailboat there.
Okay, so we're 4 hours deep into the meeting. This is going to be continued. It's our fourth hearing, so I'd like to move along. We got a lot of other. It is.
It's a new filing.
True, but we have a lot of other business tonight. So I'd like to continue this.
Do you want, it's either February 20th or whatever the first Wednesday in March is. I could set up something with John and Josh.
I think we need at least a month, because we have to talk to John. We can't get you a plan of John's schedule would, so let's go at least a month, and that's,
So that'll be,
And there were no further comments on this project in the back? No? Okay.
I just have one more comment.
Okay.
It's simply that there's a reason for docks being 65 feet apart. When you have large boats, you have to navigate, and then have to navigate them on all these little hair cells, 12 and a half. I can barely get in and out as it is, and I don't.
can't hear you.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. I think that covers it.
So the first meeting in March would be the 6th or the 20th.
6th is fine. I've got,
A month from today.
yeah, I've got something on March 20th, at the moment. So, March 6th?
Me? You won't need me.
We have all the commissioners here.
I think so.
I guess for now, we'll go with
March
that.
6th.
I mean, I can be here if you need me, but I don't think I can, though.
It'll either be a non-issue or the same issue. So what I'm hearing the commission saying is that it's not a bad idea to try to go out. That's what I'm hearing.
I move that we continue this hearing until March 20th.
No, 6th.
Okay, 6th?
March 6th.
Second, all those in favor say aye. Aye.
Mr. Chair, if we could go out of order a little bit, we have somebody here for discussion.
Thanks very
and
much.
They've already waited long enough.
Yep, what is the discussion?
It's
This is,
John Paul and Dareth Marjolais. Let's give them a minute to clear out, but they're, well, I'll explain when they sit down.
Is it scheduled?
It's under discussion, yep. And I did a little elaboration in the site summary for why they're here. That's Mark's, this is mine. I'm sure he wants that.
Thank you.
Good night.
Right.
Thank you.
It's not there, it's not there. The reason why it's not
It's
right.
too subtle.
Doc's the great
Such a nice guy.
I'm just saying.
Hello.
Whether we, maybe we
Long
should
night?
just let them go.
Yes, longer than we've had for a while.
It'll be my longest one so far.
Really?
I kinda wish we
I
were.
find it interesting, but I'm not here all the time. So,
Yeah, sorry, it was
that's all
a
right.
long one. I'll just introduce you, if that's all right. This is John Paul and Dareth Marjolais. They have a property on Pleasant Lake Avenue. Their house is on the opposite side of the road from Long Pond, and they have a parcel that's beachfront on Long Pond as well. So in the past year, Nikki and myself, and I have to say Nikki's taken the lead on a lot of the letters going out. We've really tried to make people aware, people who have shorefront properties who maybe have things that weren't permitted, or, you know, make them aware and give them a chance to remove certain items or get things permitted. So, the Marjolays were one of the properties that we did send a letter to, and they talked to me about it, and they asked if they could come talk to you. Actually, I have to say, out of a lot of the properties that we sent letters to, yours was one of the best. So it had relatively minor
Right.
issues, but they wanted to come chat with you and see what maybe we could and couldn't allow here. So they're on Long Pond.
All right, so we got a permit for our dock, and when we came here to do the permit, there was this discussion of where we were gonna leave the docks. And at the time, I agreed that we'll take the docks off the beach and bring them across the street and store them at our house. I was going on the brochure I got, I hadn't bought the docks yet. They were supposed to be only around 100 pounds a section. We have 4 sections. I didn't realize till we actually got up there and bought them, and the guy came out, and I was like, okay, we're gonna load them into the trailer. I was just gonna do it with him and myself, and he's like, no, we need a few guys to do this. I said, well, it says they're like around 100 pounds. He's like, no, they're more than 100 pounds. So it's very difficult to move those docks from the water across the street. So what we'd like to do is to store them on the beach, have permission to do that. So what we've done is we bring them up and we stack them on top of each other. We take the legs off and stack them neatly, but
Initially, too, when we had come for the permission of the dock and then went through all the DEP, the concern was that they would move or float away or what have you, and
yeah, they won't do that.
they won't do that, so,
So that's
where we are.
Yeah, that's where we are as far as that. I don't know if anybody went down there or took a
No,
look,
I'm
right?
sorry, we didn't today, but we can.
Uh,
It's a sandy area that they store it on. It's not on any vegetation.
Right.
But it is contrary to what our permit allows, so.
I don't know if anybody has a plan or anything. So where we pull them up, I mean,
Grab one.
we can put them other
Oh, I have
places
your-
on the
I was gonna
beach.
say I have one too.
Sorry.
They're the docks with like the wheels on them or something?
They have, it's aluminum docks with legs and pads. We take those apart.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Pass that along. I just need it back. I have 2 of them here.
no wheels.
Okay.
Here, you can
I
pass
remember
these
seeing
around.
one dock up there that had these
That's
giant
further
wheels.
down.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
No, that's,
that seemed like kind of an issue.
Yeah.
Is this a common problem?
This is one of the more common, I mean, in general, on salt marshes and freshwater beaches, it's, people do commonly want to store them.
So, I'm sorry, where?
It's here, but they're storing it on the beach area here. They're not, I'm not on the vegetation. It is, I mean, sometimes it's because of difficulty moving it, sometimes it's out of convenience, depending on on the people. You know, and the reason we have this regulation is we really try to keep that buffer zone and beach
Right.
area to the pond as absolutely pristine as we possibly can for habitat value and whatnot. So, but I mean, I told them that you can come to the commission and see if we can work something out.
Are the other structures on the beach permitted?
The sheds have been there for, the
Yeah,
kayak
this-
rack, I think that is permitted.
That's, yeah, that's
That
been,
was, that's permitted, the shed's been
We've owned the,
there for,
we've owned the beach for 4 years. We have bought it with our neighbor, so,
shed's older.
yeah.
I'd have to go back, but
So what form would this take to come before us officially? A change of plans, or, right now it says no dock on the beach?
it would be a change, and it could still be a discussion item, but you'd have to, I mean, you can, it's under discussion now, you can vote on it, but I'd have to change, we would have to change the conditions on the permit.
Yeah, I don't prefer seeing a vote tonight without seeing.
Well,
the
then we could
request.
put it on a future agenda for a change in plan or an amendment, to be able to keep it there. But the reason I had him come in now is because I didn't know if it would even be, I personally, I understand the reason why you don't. I can't recommend you keeping it there because it would be contrary to everything else we've told people. And kind of the reason, the reason for said. But that's why I had them come in. I didn't know if I didn't want to send them down a path of applying for an amendment and then it not come to
Yeah.
fruition. I don't want to do
I
that
almost
to you.
think we need a site visit to see if there's any.
Okay, and I apologize, I didn't bring them today. We
Yeah,
That's
had a
okay.
if
bunch.
there's any buffer up near the bike path, off the beach, is there any little spot as you get to the bike path?
well, there is, as you come down the bike path, there is, where they dump the spoils of that they don't take out of the herring run.
Yeah, they're right next to the run.
You know,
Yeah,
so,
that's not what I was thinking. I was thinking
Or-
further up, close to the slope where the bike path comes up. That's off
No.
the beach.
yeah.
It's all vegetated.
It's all vegetated,
They have
yeah.
a narrow path, everything is all vegetated.
The only other place would be right in front of the shed, which is, there's nothing in front of that,
Yeah.
so we could stack them in front of the,
Right.
which is farther away from the water. The shed is pretty much on that 50-foot line.
Mhm.
It's measured from the mean annual high water, so I think it's a little farther than that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's okay.
That area must get clobbered in the wintertime,
This past spring, we got,
Nor'easters.
yeah,
Last,
nor'easters.
those 3
just-
nor'easters that came through last year from the
Yeah.
north side, yeah, they,
You get other people's stuff, you don't have to worry about losing
yeah,
yours.
we get all the
everybody
stuff
else's.
coming across.
You don't lose stuff, but
No.
Gain.
does the sand get washed away around that?
This past spring, it really did.
Yeah.
A lot of trees got undercut and fell down on our side of the pond, and it was pretty bad.
So are there other docks in that area too that we're talking about?
There's a couple being stored, well, they all have docks, like, there's a couple that are stored on the beach.
No, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. We've sent notification, so we're doing everything by section. So we did the P Lake Ave section. We send those mailings out, and we've gotten, actually, I mean, some people have contacted us and immediately, things like patio furniture and stuff. They're like, oh, we got it
Well,
off,
That's little stuff, but I mean, other
Yeah.
docks, so are other.
There are,
How big is
So,
the docks? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, so I guess my question is, so are other people taking
haven't
their
con-
docks and moving them?
we haven't gone back. We haven't had a chance to go back.
No,
since
I didn't mean the ones that you saw, but others that are actually moving them across the street or wherever.
I don't know. This is a newer, this is a new
I guess I'm just
dock.
concerned that if some
Yeah.
people are moving
Yeah.
them away and we make an exception, then.
That's why I'm curious.
On our side of the pond, no,
No.
because you'd have to actually take them across
Right.
Pleasant Lake Ave, 124.
Right.
So But, you know, if we were on the other side, we could just move them up onto the property more, but that's really not an option where we are.
A
We
lot
have to
of
cross the
people-
bike trail and,
A lot of people don't have because their dock is so new, the other ones are, usually a lot of them are older. They didn't have that special condition on them to put it across the street. The commission didn't think of that probably back then.
The older ones.
The older ones, yeah, so they don't specifically have that condition, which they do. I'm happy, we can go back out to the
So are
site.
you
I'm sorry
saying
you were
there
here
are
so
some
late tonight.
people storing on the beach?
Yes.
Because they don't have the condition?
Correct.
But even without the condition, if they're.
Without the condition, we
if they're
have,
impacting resource
Yes,
area,
of course,
we can
right.
ask them to
Right.
take it off.
right. But I'm saying they probably were
No,
never
no.
told they couldn't, so they.
And I'm also considering about the large docks or floats that we see on the river that
Yes,
Those are.
have to be moved. No, what I'm saying, they have to be moved, and they're not little ones. So I don't know how they get them removed from the,
Those have to be floated up the river and taken out of the
Right.
landing
right.
and stored somewhere else. Yeah, that is, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, that is another option, is to bring them, I don't know if it's an option, to bring yours to Long Pond Beach and have them brought to your property.
it is, it's just a lot of work for something that,
I understand.
we have just a lot of beach that I just don't see by putting them someplace for the off-season that it's gonna.
They are stacked on top of each other and.
So those, so your question was how big? They're 4 feet wide by 12 feet long, and there's 4 sections.
And you stack all 4 on top
Yeah,
of
on
each
top
other?
of each other, yeah.
Correct, yeah.
4 by
No,
12.
No,
Look at this picture.
I would recommend bring a pickup truck down the bike path and load them in the pickup truck.
You
and
can't
take
do
them
that.
away. Why can't you? Have you asked somebody?
You can't bring a motor vehicle down the bike
Down
path.
the bollards, you can't even get one down.
Yeah.
Well, you're not supposed to.
Yeah, I bring a vehicle there every year for the herring run.
If you have a truck and wanna come by.
Well, I'm just thinking.
They probably wouldn't allow us, but I don't know.
I
don't know,
worry
I
about
Talk to Eric Levy up at Knicker.
what it means for a lot of other folks, because it's a regulation, you know.
Well, so our legal access to our beach is actually, not only is it coming across the bike trail and onto the beach next to is going down to what's the, Sequatum? Sequatum. And then there's a kind of a road that goes down, but again, that's within a 50-foot buffer zone of the water. I don't want to drive a vehicle down on that. I mean, to me, that makes more of an impact than.
Oh, no, yeah, I mean, if you can't bring a truck down the bike path.
Well, there's an opening on Sequatum, there's a chain fence that, and there's actually a spot that you can drive down.
50 yards past where your beach is, heading to Brewster, you can pull right off and back right up.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not permissible, but
Yeah.
I've done it
Yeah, I don't.
numerous times.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
No, your state.
I'm good
just
there.
like- Your state, like they are, like PCR,
Well,
so.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
don't
trying
think we can condone
I'm just
that.
trying to think how we can make this work, because I guess we need a site visit to see.
Yeah.
And please, you can come over and,
Yeah.
and Amy's been there and what have you.
Okay.
And we should have done that prior to this. I didn't mean to make you wait all this.
That's okay.
And I mean, leave them there or put them in front of the, again, in
Yeah,
front of
maybe
the
we
shed.
should
We
that's
had a long
clearing that.
conversation about whether we could leave lobster pots in the 0 to 50.
Right,
Right.
right. Temporarily, right.
Yeah.
Well, I think we should just go see the site anyway.
Yeah,
Okay.
And,
that's fine.
so I can put that on prior, like, well, I'll treat it as a site visit, as a hearing site visit. So I'm just, put it on for our next, which looks like a much lighter agenda, next time, not 11 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So I'll put it, I mean, if the commission wants, we can go during site visits during that day, and then if you want to come back that evening, you can.
Is that the meeting of the 20th
Yeah,
that
the
you're
meeting
referring
of the
to?
Are you not here?
We are not here, so if you wanted to push it off to the beginning
March
of,
6th.
beginning of March, that's,
Well, I'll probably still go next
I
time.
mean, you can
that
certainly
way
go at your
finish it.
any time, but
Go.
we would not be able to come back until the 6th.
That's fine. Visit February 20th. All right. Let's do that, and we'll regroup.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Appreciate
All right,
it.
thank you for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good night.
Thanks for your patience.
Well, Amy, you mentioned that we have a live meeting next time, so what can we transfer from this list to the next time?
Unfortunately, when they request certain compliance and orders of, and all that, we gotta get the orders of condition. I think we gotta breeze through them.
Orders, yes, the certs, really? They're on the timetable? How about the minutes? Let's put the minutes
Oh,
off?
the minutes need to be put off anyway.
All right.
I only got one
We can
copy of the
breeze,
minutes.
all right. So, so change in plan, I'm not let's put on hold for Wawa Tacy. This is what Douglas and Wendy Krieger request for change in plan. They need to do an amendment. It's not sufficient as a change of plan.
Okay.
So they do want a 3-year extension for bulkhead work due to economic reasons. They got permitted 3 years ago to do it,
Oh,
and there is associated vegetative planting, which that's, the reason they wanted the change in plan was to do a whole bank restoration of native plants. And that's an amendment, that's not a change in plan. So I think they're at a point now where they can do it, but their permit is running out. So they would like a 3-year extension. I would just recommend a one-time 3-year extension, and then,
what's with the need to plant? It wasn't permitted before.
what they got last time was, they were working on their bulkhead, and they were required to do only a very small area of mitigation planting for some of the work they wanted to do on the site. And we had said at the meeting, well, we encourage you, this site is pretty invaded. It's on, Nantucket Sound, it's in the dunes. We would encourage you to do invasive work, and they said they would, but they just couldn't at the time, they couldn't. So now they want to do that, and the bulkhead work. So they would like a 3-year extension for that, and I'd recommend it. I think it's, but a one-time 3-year extension.
Any comments or objections for that across the table? No? Well, then, I'm gonna move that we approve the 3-year extension for the Krieger property at 1 Wawatasi Road.
I would second.
All those in favor say aye. Motion carries.
Next one's a 1-year extension for 13 Harbor Road. The additions got done, the plantings has not been done, so we're recommending a 1-year extension to do the plants.
Okay, I move that we give that 1-year extension for 13 Harbor Road.
Second.
Second by Stan, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Let's see, I think we can do a lot of these together. If you wanna take a second to look at them. She's recommending certificates for all of them.
I have to abstain on Wacquasit.
Okay, we'll do that one separately then. So we can do Winchmere, Harbor Real Estate, 23 Snow Inn Road, a pavilion. It's farther back from the water. The pipe from the channel was capped, that was a big thing. Then skipping down to Manicharian, 35 Snow Inn Road. Reconstruction of boathouse and there was associated planting, that's done. I saw that one myself as well. Christie Godshaw, 4 C Street, renovations and site improvements. Work was done in compliance. Ari and Kotlin Ravichandran, it was a boardwalk. It wasn't installed according to plan, but it's actually shorter than proposed. So recommend.
Have you seen that one?
Yep.
No.
So recommending, that one was, when I first started here. So, do you wanna take those 4 all together?
Sure, any comments or questions? Well, then I move that we approve the 4 aforementioned certificates of compliance.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
And let's do Wacquasit separate, cause John has to abstain.
Yes.
okay.
So everything is, Nikki and I did this one together, cause it was extensive, and we got to go to Wacquasit. So, this was when they did extensive patio reworkings, eliminated a lot of walkways right at the top of the bankings, did extensive amount of planting. It was a great project. Everything went to plan except for one patio on the north side of the property. It's not closer to the resource and is actually a net reduction in hardscape. So I would recommend a certificate of compliance for the Wapquasit.
I'll move that we approve the certificate of compliance for Wapquasit.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, where are my orders of conditions? Did I not put them on my site summaries? I gotta, let me send around those certs for your signature before I get too bad.
Oh,
This is an extension for what Casey?
I've got them like Rick Bale and.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, no, it made it on the agenda, I just forgot to put it on my
Oh.
site summary. I'll send around the extensions and the certs first, okay? It's another extension. That's Winchmere, you can sign that one, this is one you cannot sign. That's not for you.
We're being punished for all those meetings that flew by so quickly.
Next time, we have an awful lot of certs, it looks like coming up too. This is a result of our mailing saying, hey, close your permits out, but
Yep.
I think there's only
Wow.
Gotcha.
This was not
One
a
of
good
them is-
meeting for me to come back to.
Oh, I
Oh,
know.
I know, because one we even got.
I'm toast.
Yeah.
I think we all are.
About 6 hours.
We got a pretty headache. All right, we'll bust through these orders and
Something
we'll
to
be
look
done.
forward to.
I know.
I'll wait for you
A
guys.
little extra coffee will help.
I know, but I was tied up the Super Bowl and just carries over, you know?
It's a tough week, man.
I know.
At least we're celebrating this year.
Right? I mean, we are awful lucky.
Yes,
We have nothing to complain about with how many we've been in.
I know.
Lately, it's crazy.
And that was
Spoiled.
The Red Sox Duck Bowl was only 3 months prior to the.
Yeah, 95 days. We had to wait a long time
Oh, gee,
between championships.
I guess.
Yeah, I heard the Red Sox had a big sign on their equipment truck saying, "We'll take it from here."
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that went down Monday, my husband informed me.
All right. Wanna do some orders of conditions?
Yeah.
And we'll blow through them.
I have no comments on the first one, Bowman.
Which one are you talking, because mine's not in the same order, I don't
Oh,
think.
really? Okay, so I've gone through Tomlinson and Bowman and have no comments.
Thompson, that's the little float.
Yeah, just that little float, very few conditions.
67 Lower County Road.
Yep. Just give it a minute to see if others are the same way.
It's getting late, I'm not thinking straight.
Unfortunately, these are things we have to do.
I'm good with them all. Really?
Honestly, if you want to look at all of them, well, if anybody has any comments, but if you want to look at all of them, you can.
Oh, yeah, right, that one.
It looks fine.
On Sequatum for the monitoring,
Yep.
is it saying that it'll be monitored for 2 years, or is it indefinite? I can't really tell.
Usually we do it for the life of the permit, which is 2 years. Well, the life of the permit is 3 years, so, hold on, what number are you on?
Number 5.
Monitoring reports shall be submitted biannually for the first year the project begins. I guess it's I mean, if they ask for an extension, it would be then too, so I could say for the life of the permit, that would,
Well, for the wetlands creation,
oh,
it's,
takes a few years.
it takes a few years for sure, and then honest, it should be like at least 3 years or 4 years, or I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
5 years
Kind
monitor.
of make sure they stick there.
Yeah, no, I like 5 years. Annual monitoring for it's not,
Yeah.
yeah. Twice a year for the first year, and then once a year for the other years,
Okay.
5 years. For Sequatum. Okay?
I have no comments on all four. I have a related comment to Sequoia, where I kind of wish we had a condition to survey the location and elevation of the new bulkhead. We didn't ask for that, so we can't really put it in, but I kind of wish we had that. The
You
as,
can ask them if they're amenable to it.
yeah, the as-built will kind of show you where it is, but it's nice to have a survey
We
point.
can't guarantee, we can't grant, but I'll ask them if they're amenable to it.
Yeah.
While they're doing the work, they're putting one in.
Just thinking 20, 30 years down the road.
Right.
Because during the meeting, we talked about how far it was gonna be.
And the plan will be to scale, but have that survey point is more
Future
precise.
reference.
Because I remember them talking about so many feet.
It changed, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be 4 feet in from the existing, or the
The old one,
non-existing.
but out from what it was.
Right.
It's kind of splitting the difference. It was
Yeah.
originally gonna be 8 feet, so it's splitting the difference to
Between
4.
proposed
Right.
and existing.
Any other comments on any other condition of
On
the order?
Julian Road, do you want to switch to another one, or you want to?
Yeah, no, we can.
Number 3, as the existing house is being demolished, it shall be removed immediately from the site. I think it should be debris shall be removed immediately from the site, but
Okay.
it could also be combined with number 10, site shall be cleaned daily of loose debris.
Okay.
And number 12, I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
As per planting plan, the only grass allowed is where the existing shell driveway is currently located.
Mm-hmm.
It seemed kind of confusing to me.
Well,
mean, I know it-
There's an
I know
existing
it.
conditions plan submitted with the package.
Yeah.
But it does say American beach grass, but then it also says
Oh,
it should be
hold on.
only native beach grass, or American beach grass, but then it says it shall be native grass seed, not turf. Is it all beach grass there?
No.
I'm trying to remember.
No, where where their septic is supposed to be, it's supposed to be native seed.
Native, yeah.
I'll clarify that.
Okay.
So are we extending the fertilizer pesticide in number 16, fertilizer pesticide to the entire 200 feet of riverfront in every
We
time?
haven't discussed riverfront, really, I don't think.
Riverfront is
within the
included
100.
here. Within the 100-foot wetland buffer and within the 200-foot riverfront.
For Julian Road?
Yeah.
It might have been a typo.
That doesn't apply.
Yeah, I wouldn't apply for that one.
Okay.
I think the whole thing might be in the 100 anyway.
Okay. But
Yeah, that shouldn't be there. That was
Okay.
from another one,
river.
sorry about that.
that's my only thoughts.
Nice catch.
Cut
Yeah.
and paste.
All right. All four?
That wasn't bad.
Do we have to approve?
We got a motion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll make a
Second.
motion to approve the reviewed orders of conditions.
Seconded? All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Four coming at ya.
All right,
And then we just need a motion to close the hearing.
that's good. That went quick. You were right, Amy. I saw that whole page, it's like, oh, no.
We need a motion. and a
I
second,
move that
though.
we close the hearing tonight.
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.